Thank you. Is there a motion to allow Counselor Plum to participate remotely for this meeting?
So move. Second.
Motion is made by Counselor Joyner, seconded by Counselor Denton. Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Gore.
Yes. Counselor Plum, I'll call you when we get in the back so you don't have to worry about the Zoom thing, okay?
Thank you, Ray.
All right, thank you. Motion passes.
Motion
Is
passes
there,
4-0. Yes, ma'am.
is there a motion to go into closed meeting?
So move. Second.
All right, motion is moved to go into closed meeting pursuant to section 2.23711-A to discuss and consider personnel matters, including boards, commissions, appointments, the assignment and performance of specific appointees and employees of city council to the extent such discussion will be aided thereby. Is there, thank you. Motion's been moved by Counselor Joyner, seconded by Counselor Delham. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pella, Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. We'll go into the back. For the sake of closed session, I think, Dr. Mike, you need me back for this beginning part?
I don't, but I guess I'll set it up, because at the closed session materials, I went over with Mayor. He wasn't on the call.
Yes.
I'm coming right now.
I got you, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, when she called, it was on. Yeah, she called out earlier this morning. Well, she didn't.
Dr. Maker? Coming back out? Okay. Is there a motion to come out of closed
So moved.
session?
Second?
Motion's been made by Counselor Denton, followed by Counselor Joyner. Any discussion? All right, roll call.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Fellow,
She's joining us
Yeah.
virtually. She's still probably logging in.
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
He's in the restroom.
okay. Vice Mayor Gore,
Yes.
motion passes.
Can you please read this certification, please?
Certification pursuant to Virginia Code 2.2-3712D, where only public business matters, lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements and identified in a closed meeting motion discussed in closed meeting. Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore.
Yes.
All right, motion passes.
Thank you. And can we have IT come up to try to help Ms. Pelham when she gets ready? Because she's supposed to be dialing in. She might be calling on your phone to try to get into the system. Is there a motion to appoint Mr. Malachi Tunsil to the Recreation Commission as a youth member?
So moved. Second?
Okay, motion's been made by Counselor Joyner, seconded by Counselor Denton. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
I'm sure he is, Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris, and Vice Mayor Gore.
Yes.
Motion passes.
She's on.
She's on.
Mr. Clerk, you have our instructions to get clarity for our next meeting. Please make sure you contact the applicant for the EDA. We gave you her name. Also, please get clarification on Bright Point Community College, the number of vacancies that we have in regards to that board, social services, and then also, I think that was the 2 ones. If you have any issues with that, please let us know. We can help you, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, moving on to our work session tonight. We have work session item number 1, zoning ordinance amendment, request from the group homes available for B1 district. Director Ward.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, members of council. Tonight's work session is a zoning amendment request to add group homes and assisted living facility to the B1 district, which is our downtown district. This is a work session, so this is for informational purposes only, not asking for any action this evening. The applicant is 300 Real Estate Holdings LLC. The B1 actually covers portions of wards 1 and 2. Currently, the B1 does not allow group home, and the request is to add group home as an allowable use to the downtown central business district. We held a public hearing at the Planning Commission, and all the ads and letters were sent out according to state code. This is a map that shows the B1 district, and we have to remember that when we are adding a use to a district, that means that that use would be allowable anywhere throughout the entire district. So this map here shows you the B1. So the Code of Virginia mandates that group homes are to be permitted wherever single-family dwellings are permitted and without any extra permissions than single-family dwellings require. The city is in full compliance with state code as it relates to group homes, and we are consistent with federal fair housing guidance as well. So this map here on this slide shows you all the areas in the city where a group home is allowable by right. When staff reviewed the request, we of course look at our plans that are adopted by the city, and those are our guidance documents. The downtown vision plan and the comprehensive plan do not support reducing density to the level of single-family dwellings. So essentially, a group home equates a single-family dwelling. And the comp plan and the downtown vision plan do not support a reduction in density. Group homes and assisted living facilities are already permitted by right in all residential zoning districts in the city, and that comprises over half the land area. Group homes are meant to facilitate the integration of persons with disabilities into the larger society, and that is achieved through a predominantly residential setting. And then lastly, group homes are synonymous with single-family dwellings, as I mentioned before. And single-family dwellings are not in alignment with the density requirements for the B1. Therefore, staff is recommending denial of the request to add group homes and assisted living facilities to Section A of Article 9A, which is the B1 Downtown Central Business District. At the public hearing held on July 11th, one local property owner expressed his opposition to the request to add group homes as an allowable use to the B1. The department has not received any other public comment at this time. At that public hearing at the Planning Commission, commission members recommended denial of the request, and that was a unanimous vote of 5-0 to deny the request to add group homes to the B1 district. I'm available for any questions if you have any.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Counselor Paul?
Do you know how many group homes do we have in Hopewell, but in residential areas?
I do not know a total number, no ma'am, but I can tell you that the applications for group homes that we receive, the zoning approval applications, are increasing.
Okay, I know, but so if they can you get that? You can get that number because they can't have one unless we approve it, correct?
That's correct. Yes, I can bring you that number when I come back with this application at the public hearing.
And where they're located, the addresses.
I would prefer to not bring specific addresses, just that.
Okay.
But I can
Well, how many-
I can bring
how
you a
many in
map that
each
shows
ward?
the general area. Would that be sufficient?
Tell me what ward they in. How many in each ward?
Yes, I certainly can do that.
Thank you, Counselor Pell.
Thank
Any other
you.
questions? Okay. Seeing no lights, thank you, Director Ward.
Thank you.
Work session item number 2, legislative agenda discussion, Dr. Manker.
Vice Mayor Gordon, members of council, tonight you have presented to you a work session from last year, and this is really just to open the floor for discussion to see what items council is interested in adding to the agenda. Councilor Joyner had sent out an email earlier asking for feedback. I think she received some responses. But we can lend the floor to this discussion, but I think we do have a meeting with the Legislative Agenda Committee this Thursday at 5 p.m. So I think really this is just more informational unless there is some discussion that the council would like to have at this time.
All right, thank you, Dr. Maker. I think this is wise. I think this is just a tool for people to reference in regards to what we did last year. We'll kind of build on this and take away. So at this time, does anyone have anything that they would like to see removed that we can annotate for our discussion on Thursday from this packet? And if you want to just go, for the sake of time, on page 5, it's BPOL, typically always have that every year. Number 2 is school support for funding for education, for construction. Number 3 is violence reduction initiatives. HB 99 is for public safety and public transit. Anyone have any reservations about anything here that we want us to either research or bring back? All right, Dr. Maker, the only thing I would have is number 3. I believe that was specific to the grant from Delegate Pointer. If we're not getting that again, I think we probably should revisit how that's included with this, the violence reduction initiatives. I think that was specific to a grant.
Well,
Okay.
Madam Mayor,
Yes?
yeah, as would the question be if the grant runs out, will the city pick up the bill?
Correct.
Someone inquired with me about that. So that's what we need to be thinking about. And
Yes.
is there any legislation that we need to place on the agenda about the youth of the city? Or
So I would say, and I can reach out to the delegate, but the Project Safe grant is already, let me just make sure we're talking about the same thing. The
Yeah.
Project Safe grant was awarded to Real Life through
right,
through the state. Okay, and so it's to my understanding that those funds will carry us through. There hasn't been any conversation about the city picking up. I think there's enough funding to
go
carry
into next.
us- Yes, to go into the next fiscal year.
Okay, great. Can you check on that and let us know? When we,
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. On the next page, number 6 is support historic preservation tax credits, support funding water quality improvement fund, SLAF, the Stormwater Local Assistance Fund, and then the Preservation and Local Taxing Authority and fees. Anyone have any comments or questions regarding this? We need research. Okay, seeing no lights, and moving over to the next page. Support of economic development. Support for the enterprise zone, CSA, and oppose unfunded state mandates. Anything there?
mm,
All right, number 8, page 8, fiscal stress is on here. Support for the Virginia First Seas legislative priorities, which happens every year. And then everything else after this, well, I should say, number 16 is municipal leagues legislative priorities, which we get every year. So really on this page, is there anything regarding fiscal stress that we need to? Okay. Page 9, homelessness and mental health is, I know there's gonna be a discussion regarding that, but we wanna keep number 17 on here, obviously, or we'll keep it for discussion. We'll have to flesh that out. Support for residential financial wealth building services. Definitely wanna keep that. Anybody? Okay. And 10 just goes into, additional items that we had talked about that was specific to last year. So 10 just has the local authority for Residential Landlord Tenant Act, the jobs program, investment performance grants. Anything here that we need to be cognizant of? Okay. Main Streets on the next page, Homeless Solutions Program, Veterans Health Coalition, and Army Pays. Okay, so with that, it seems like 24's agenda, this is the baseline, and we will add to it and expand, correct? Okay. Dr. Maker, is there anything else?
I would just like to add that, in the last budget, council approved, legislative services to be outsourced this year, which is, as you know, it was tied to the communications, job profile, and thus that was removed. We did put out the RFP for that, and just so we could go into the legislative, agenda this season, with, legislative services. And so in the meeting on Friday, we will be reviewing those, RFPs with the committee to, make a selection and bring back to council for
Thursday.
recommendation.
Thursday.
I keep saying
I know,
Wednesday.
I
Just making sure.
Thursday at 5.
Yep.
Once we make the once we select, a company,
Right.
we'll bring that recommendation back to the full council.
Got it.
Okay.
And how many did you get?
Great, I think.
5? Was it 5? 4?
I think it was 5.
Yeah, I just got 3.
Okay,
I've got
3.
3.
I'm sorry.
thought it
3,
was
Miss
5.
Pelham.
Thank you.
All right. Well, we need to figure out what I was looking at. Any other comments, questions, concerns? I see no lights. So that concludes our work session for this evening. Our regular meeting begins at 7:30. Per laws, we cannot start the meeting early. We have to wait until 7:30, so there is a 7-minute recess.
All right.
Councilor Plum, don't forget to mute your mic while you walk around.
Yes, ma'am. If I can find it, tell Brian to mute me. Hello?
that clock right there, that's like 7:30.
What did the clock on the wall?
Like a minute.
Vice Mayor Gore, Heather has her hand raised. I don't know what that's about.
I don't know either.
It's 7:31. It's 7:31.
Yeah, I was going for that one. She can wait until we have
I can't get anything.
I can't even see that clock.
Yeah, that's when I go.
That's because their lights, all the lights are not on. It's pretty dark. It's much darker here tonight.
They can turn the lights on back there.
The lights are off.
Some of the lights are off.
James, can you turn the lights on back there? The lights.
Good evening. Time is now 7:30 according to the clock in the back. Your phone clocks might be 7:32. I'd like to call the regular meeting back to order. We have a roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Gore,
Here.
Councilor Joyner,
Here.
Councilor Harris. Here. Councilor Denton,
Here.
Councilor Pelham.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Is there a motion to amend or adopt the regular meeting?
Make a motion to adopt the regular.
Heather Ness cannot, Heather Ness is having a problem.
Okay, we'll get it.
Hold on, I'm sorry, there's an issue with adopting the regular meeting.
I'm sorry about
There's something that has to be.
While they wait to do
Oh,
that,
I'm sorry.
let's
I'm
let's
ready.
actually open up the meeting the proper way. Our pastor for this evening actually is unavailable, so I'll ask the chief of police to do the prayer, followed by the pledge of allegiance by Counselor Denton, and we can address the issue regarding the agenda. Please stand, everyone.
Let us pray. Oh, holy, wise, and eternal God, God, we come this evening, Father, we just say thank you, Father. We thank you for your traveling mercy and thank you for your traveling grace that we're here, Father. Father, we invite your presence here in our meeting, Father. Give us clarity, give us unity, give us love, Father. Father, bless each and every one that's here tonight. Bless all council people, Father, all leaders that are here in this meeting tonight, Father. Continue to lead us and guide us, Father. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Thank you.
I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all. In addition to that, I do want to make sure that just for record keeping, we have this clean. Counselor Pelham, you want to request to participate electronically in the regular meeting session? Can you please state your request and the reason and location?
Yeah. Oh. Yes, I'd like to request that and in my residence on Stewart Avenue. And under the weather sick. Thank you.
You're welcome. Is there a motion to allow Counselor Pelham to participate in the regular meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made by Counselor Joyner, seconded by Counselor Harris. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Joyner,
Yes.
Councilor Harris. Yes. Vice Mayor Gore.
Yes,
Motion passes 4-0.
thank you. Counselor Joyner, the issue regarding the IT, they're working on that right now?
Austin, can you come help?
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
All right, now we're gonna move on to adoption or amendment of the regular meeting agenda.
Hold on. Vice Mayor Gore and members of council, I'd like to recommend the amendment of the agenda to remove R6, which is the adoption of the city financial policies. We would like to move that to the next agenda if council agrees.
Okay. So, got the city manager's recommendation, Counselor Denton, is that what you were gonna say?
Yes, wasn't the amended, this has the amended agenda with the Commonwealth attorneys?
It does, yes.
Okay,
It's R4.
R4, okay.
So is there a motion to amend, to adopt the regular meeting agenda and to table R6 into the next regular scheduled meeting.
Make a motion.
So moved.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Motion's been made by Counselor Joyner, seconded by Counselor Denton. Any discussion? Seeing no lights, roll call, please.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham, Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore.
Yes. Moving
Motion
on.
passes.
Thank you so much, sir. Appreciate it. Moving on, is there a motion to amend or adopt the consent agenda?
So moved.
To accept.
Yes. Motion's been made by Counselor Denton, seconded by Counselor Joyner, if you don't mind, for the sake of approving the consent
Sorry.
agenda.
Sorry.
Any discussion? Seeing no lights, roll call, please.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham, Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Counselor Plum, if you have any issues with your connectivity, please message city manager and she'll get IT to come and assist you. Moving on with the regular meeting items, information and presentations. Item number 1, Hopewell Rivers and Roads Festival. Presentation being made by our Director of Public Information Officer, Ginger Holland. And then also joining her, Heather Lynn with the Hopewell Downtown Partnership as the Executive Director. Please come.
Good evening, Vice Mayor Gore, council members, and the public. Tonight, we are here to present to you the Rivers and Road Festival that will take place on September the 6th through the 8th. And I'd like to turn over the presentation to Heather Line and Rosie.
Can I have permission to approach and maybe hand these to Mr. Gaston?
Sure. And is your presentation, you're gonna pull it up, you're gonna manage it there? They want the clerk to manage it.
If the clerk can manage it, that'd be great.
I got you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, it's not showing up on the screens currently.
Okay, well, we'll work to get that addressed. You can go ahead and start speaking because we have 10 minutes allotted for this
Okay.
portion of the event, of our meeting.
Hello, Council and Vice Mayor Gore. Thank you so much for your time this evening. My name is Rosie Riley. I work for the Hopewell Prince George Chamber of Commerce and Visitor Center. And we are excited to share with you the details of Hopewell Rivers and Roads Festival. This is a multi-day event that will bring a variety of activities across the town. Some of the highlights include a 2-day fishing tournament at the Hopewell Marina, where participants will compete for a $10,000 cash prize. On Friday, September 6th, Beyond Boundaries will offer free guided pontoon boat rides during the day. And in the evening, our favorite hometown band, Magnolia and Friends, will kick off the festival with a performance and a tribute concert to their recently lost member in downtown Hopewell. Saturday promises even more excitement with a 5 and dime motorcycle ride, sports relays and rock climbing wall, opportunities to paddle on the river with RVA Paddle Sports, an all-day street festival where local civic groups and organizations can engage with the community, live music from the Sounds Funny Band on Library Street, followed by the Jangling Reinhardts, who will close out the night from 5 to 9. And then on Sunday,
You can pause there, because you're doing a lot. I thought it was gonna be up by time by now, so let's pause.
No problem.
Sorry. So,
Here we go.
where you want? Which slide do you want her? Want him
Let's
to go
start
to?
real quick up at the first, please, just so you can see our.
There you go.
This is what you see if you go to visit hpg.com/riversandroads. This is our landing page for the festival and welcoming everybody to a new event in Hopewell. So on Sunday is our 3rd and final day of the festival. The festival shifts to City Point and Appomattox Manor. Park rangers will provide tours of the manor house and grounds. The National Park Service has an educational trailer which they'll be bringing out and allowing people to engage and interact with. It's going to be available for all visitors to explore. And then acoustic musicians will perform on the deck creating a perfect atmosphere for picnicking and enjoying time with their neighbors. Next slide, please. So why and what's the vision? This 3-day festival is in response to a direct ask from y'all, City Council, to find something that Hopewellians can celebrate, be proud of, and champion. So we developed Hopewell Rivers and Roads Festival, and this wasn't just pull from the clouds. This was something that we actively engaged with the community to form. We hosted multiple in-person visioning sessions. We gathered citizens' feedbacks through an online survey, which we promoted at the farmers market and through our own professional networks. We also communicated with various classrooms, including students at the New Hope Academy. And then the Hopewell Downtown Partnership mailed out postcards encouraging people to participate in the feedback survey online. And this was paid through, and postcards were mailed out to every resident and business funded through, with the festival calendar on it, funded through a VTC grant. So the feedback that we received was clear. The community desires an event that strengthens bonds, includes youth and teens, and provides a safe space for people to gather and express themselves.
Next slide, please. So this is just a map showing where different festival activities are taking place. This is all available on the website as well. But what we're really trying to do through the Rivers and Roads Festival is highlight some of Hopewell's greatest assets. So those include obviously the river. So we have activities going out of the marina, the downtown area. We have City Park, which is one of the most visited parks in this entire region, and the Riverwalk. And then we have the Grants Headquarters, also known as Appomattox Manor in City Point. So next slide, please. The way that we're really pulling off this entire event is we have so many people involved, local businesses, organizations, partners from all around the region that are really coming together in order to make this possible. And what we're really trying to do, as I mentioned with those locations, is lean into what people think about when they think about Hopewell and really embrace those as the community's strengths. So when you look at the logo, we have downtown represented. We have the H, as controversial as it is something that people never stop talking about when it comes to Hopewell. We have the bass and the river represented and the boats. We have the motorcycle ride. The Rivers and Roads is actually in the Hopewell Blue Devils colors. We have some of the student athletes coming down from the high school to help with our outdoor recreation area for the event. And then obviously we have the live music. So everything about this event is really trying to lean into and celebrate what people think about Hopewell. The motorcycle ride is actually coordinated by veterans groups as well. So kind of looking at this slide, I'll just give you a couple more examples. So the rock climbing wall is actually coming from Fort Gregg Adams. They've never really taken it off base in this capacity before, but their recreation and family services department is actually coming out, building the rock climbing wall, working with the city to get that inspected, and we're super excited to offer something new to the community. We also have professional tournament directors who are planning the fishing tournament with us. Trip Caraway is one of our board members. He's been spearheading that part of it. When it comes to the motorcycle ride, we have national riders. We have the American Legion that's been involved, and we also have a lot of local emergency planning and public safety officials with the city that are helping and bringing in their own veteran and public safety riders. So we're super excited about seeing all of this come together. And then one really cool thing too is two of our bands. We have on Friday, as you mentioned, everyone knows Magnolia, but our bands on Saturday, one of them is actually the head of the Metropolitan Business League, their VP of Business Development. It's his band, so bringing some more business connections to the community. And the Jangling Reinhardts have actually done a lot of weddings for people in the Hopewell area, so they're very, very loved. If you go to the next slide, this really shows how many sponsors we have involved in the event. So we've covered all of the funding for the Hopewell Rivers and Roads Festival through a National Park Service grant. We'll be gathering stories about people's experiences with the river at this festival and kind of carrying forward a river-focused program. We also have funding from all of the partners that you see here, or they're doing a swap of some sort with their services or programming. And then Advance 6 also is committed to a sponsorship. So that's been added since we sent this presentation in. but we have a lot of local businesses and organizations that are either setting up and doing their specialty at the festival, or they're coming to staff and volunteer for us. So we're really grateful to the community for helping us pull this off. And as Rosie said, we're super excited to be premiering something new that has a lot of components that we've already piloted successfully on their own, and to pull all these things together. And hopefully this continues for a long time and is something that people in the community and the region look forward to every year. So I think with that, we'll go to questions if there's time.
All right, thank you very much for your presentation. Great job. Do members of council have any questions or comments?
Just great, looks like it's gonna be a great event. Wish you much success, wish you good weather.
Thank you. Fingers crossed.
The rain is falling this upcoming week, so we'll be clear the next
Okay,
weekend.
good.
I talked to my
All
people.
right.
So we just
Thank
want
you.
y'all to be able to speak to this if you get any specific questions in your ward. So we hope to see you there.
Thank you. I like the logo. I think it's very cute.
Thank you.
Great work, ladies. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to our next item for business tonight, item number 2, Robinson Farmer Cox presentation. Our guest tonight is Mr. David Foley. When you come up, sir, can you please also add your title? It's not on the agenda, so I don't know how to properly address you.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, members of council. Thank you all for having me here this evening. My name is David Foley. I'm a partner with Robinson Farmer Cox Associates, and I'm the partner in charge of the city's FY20 audit. And so I'm here tonight to give you an update on where we are on the FY20 audit, where we are in that process in terms of getting things wrapped up and getting the audit completed. This year for the FY.
Before we get started, I just want to also make sure, just for the sake of everyone here, I think when you get to a good stopping point, like potentially the first couple pages, you get to project status, we can pause for questions, do a next section and pause for questions, because we can wait to the end, but then it might turn into a mess. So you might want to just do a little bit,
Right,
stop,
sure.
and then we'll continue. But you let me know when you're ready for a pause.
Vice Mayor, I'm sorry, he's not going, you do not have a presentation from him. This is, what you're referring to
This
is,
presentation,
that's for the Robert Bob.
that's what's
But
on the
here
screen.
is, it's, there's some stuff in here from Robinson Farming Cox.
Either way
Yeah.
it goes, you can just start a little bit
Yeah,
and then
and then-
pause, and then we'll just
Sure.
go from there.
So this year for the FY20 audit, we've been working closely with Jack and his team, not only during when they were doing their pre-audit work, but also been working closely with them while they were doing while we were working through the audit field work. The goal this year, our goal this year, as well as the city's goal for the FY20 audit, is to be able to issue an unmodified opinion on the city's financial statements. With the previous 2 fiscal years, FY18 and FY19, having disclaimers issued on the financial statements, this basically means we have a high-risk audit. And so that means there's a lot of work required to get to the point of issuing the unmodified opinion. There's a lot of work that's required from the pre-audit team. Jack and his team, I know, have spent a tremendous amount of time working through the records, getting those pulled together and adjusted accordingly so that they can be ready for the audit. It also means that we have to do a lot of work to get through the audit and be able to issue the goal of issuing an unmodified opinion. So just, again, that's the goal, to get an unmodified opinion, and we are working to get there. We have made substantial progress on the audit. We have really hit all the main areas of the audit. We've got we're not finished, but we can see the light at the end of the tunnel. We're getting close to getting the audit testing completed. And you know, one of the areas that we have worked on significantly and are very close to concluding with that is cash and the reconciliations. As you'll probably recall, cash and the reconciliations were the big reason why there was a disclaimer of opinion issued for 2018 and 2019. We have a few outstanding questions that we have sent to Jack and his team for further clarification and documentation. But if we can get those two items addressed, then we will be able to finish our work on cash and be able to conclude on cash, which again is a huge step in getting towards the goal of an unmodified opinion. Again, cash and the reconciliations and the reconciling of the transactions was the main culprit for having the disclaimer of opinion issued. Again, we've hit other areas we've worked through. The enterprise funds, again, the enterprise funds have had disclaimers of opinions, not only in 18 and 19, but even further back than that, as far back as 16. We've done a lot of work on this. Again, we've had some questions back to Jack and his team regarding some reconciliations and further documentation that we need. But, you know, again, as we're working through this information, we're getting closer and closer to tying up our testing. Most of the other areas we've got significant work done. So as far as timing, you know, I think we're probably looking at, you know, a few weeks to tie up finish our audit testing, and then at that point we can move towards pulling together a draft and issuing draft opinions for the city. Typically to pull together the ACFR and the draft opinions, that's typically, you know, a week or two to get those pulled together. So the goal would be to have a draft of the ACFR and the opinions issued by the end of September, and then within, you know, after a draft's issued, the management's had a chance to review it, respond to, you know, any findings that we have, then we can work towards issuing the final document for 2020. We will, once we get 2020 done, we'll be able to jump right into FY21. I know the Jack team has worked tremendously on that and has information ready for us to start working on 21 once we finish 20. So I think we can jump directly into 21 once we finish 20. Again, 20 is the big hurdle year as far as you know, going from disclaimers, trying to get to unmodified. So if we can get unmodified to 20, then that lets the future audits, you know, can go much quicker once you get to that point. But that's all I have for an update, but be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Counselor Joyner?
Yeah, I do have a question, and not to put you on the spot, but you had promised this opinion by August 15th. You had promised an audit by August 15th. It didn't make that deadline. And I am concerned. I'm not going to, you know, say anything other than that I'm very concerned. You know, we're kind of being held hostage, if you will. You know, we're trying to get our first on-time clean audit by the end of next year. So December 2025, we want to have our first on-time clean audit. So I understand that some of the obstacles that you've been facing, that sort of thing, but you have had this information since February. And so it's been a while. I guess my question is, with regard to the future audits, once we do get this unmodified opinion and that sort of thing, what sort of time frame? I mean, generally speaking, an audit should take maybe 90 days.
Yes, I would agree with that. I think in going forward, I think we are looking at Usually say 60 to 90 days.
Okay, so you do think that's a
I-
reasonable
I do
expectation
think
once
so.
this 2020 comes?
Yeah.
All right, okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
And,
Thank
and of course, it's dependent upon, getting the information as well.
Right, but I
yes,
think Jack and company have all of that, I mean, they are readying these, we're in a totally different situation than we were a year ago.
Yeah.
I mean, these people have really been working hard to get all these, financials prepared and ready to send to you. So that was my concern. So, okay, all right, thank you so much.
Before I ask my question, anybody else have questions on theirs? Then I'll ask Counselor Plum virtually. Anyone else on theirs? No? Counselor Plum, do you have any questions? All right, so just piggyback.
I do. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Mr. Auditor, are these dates you gave us going to be changed in the next couple of weeks, or these dead hard deadlines that you will complete the review of the audit?
I believe that is a very reasonable time frame, with what we just discussed. Again, we've got some outstanding items that we have had back to the pre-audit team, so of course we need to have those done, answered before we completely finish. But I think with what we have left, I think that is a realistic
Okay, within your
timeframe.
company, is there someone dedicated to Hopewell to finish this? Or, have we already finished our contractual financial obligation to your company as far as the payment to your company?
No, ma'am, we have not, there's been no payment yet for the FY 20 audit. We don't send the bill till we have the audit completed.
Okay.
And to answer your other question, yes, there is somebody very dedicated to getting this audit done. Myself, as well as my team members. Trust me, I really would like to have this completed.
Yeah, we would too. We would really like you to as well. The situation Hopewell is in. I guess the state as well is just answer to our constituents. So, but it's been a long haul, and urgency, I guess, would be the word I would use that we need. It's not, I know we're a small fish in the big boat that y'all handle, but the small fish need to be fed at some point too. And to take a priority in doing that. And I would only ask that your company stay on top of making us a priority to help us finish what we have to do. Thank you very much.
Yes, we will certainly do that.
All right. My question is, when did you guys begin testing, roughly?
We started doing some test work, and we started doing some initial test work in February, and then have been working on it as we've been receiving additional information since then.
So when do you kind of feel like you got everything that you, because it seems like I can't speak for all the council, I can say Councilor Jordan and myself are kind of the same boat. If it seems like, or appears like, the information has been sitting, and I understand it's a new methodology with the new partner, I understand that you had to go through that whole process, but help us understand really what the gap has been, or is it our perception that's off? Because it appears that we have been waiting to get information regarding the audits to be able to roll in the other ones, and I get the argument, comment, I'm asking from your perspective.
Right.
What would you say would be, is it doing the new methodology, understanding the new process, or is it the lack of getting all the information, or like what would you say has been is it truly a holdup? Because again, this is our perception.
Right. I would say maybe it's a little bit of a lot of what you said. There's the new methodology that we're working closely with Jack on. We did receive a lot of information, and Jack maybe can speak to this as well. We did receive a lot of information in February for a lot of different areas of the audit, but everything was not finished. We did not receive everything in February. I know while we were doing testing, we worked on testing in some areas while the pre-audit team was working on finishing others.
So when would you kind of say, I know you say you have some questions right now that you're kind of waiting for an answer, but when can your organization say you kind of felt like you got enough to kind of really say that you got the bulk of what you needed to really do the work?
I would say again, we got a lot of stuff in February, but again, you need an adjusted set of books, final trial balances. While we can do some work, while we may have 90% of the documents, but if you don't have the final adjusted numbers, it's hard to complete anything.
And this is where I can jump in,
Okay.
if I may.
You can, but I just want to, before you jump in, I just want to make sure I'm hearing from the auditor, because I can't say our frustration, I can only speak to you and I, who has been with you guys, we don't understand what's going on, and so, I understand, so I'm just trying to ask, while you were here, and we've been waiting to talk to you guys, for me to get from your perspective, to give us a different point of view, to help provide clarity, and you can jump in, Jack, at the end, but I want just to hear from you in regards to that and give us clarity, that's all I'm trying to get at. So you're saying, so kind of really when you get this adjusted information, it kind of helps you be able to do the testing, and I get that you have some more stuff that outstanding, but kind of ballpark roughly, when you kind of felt like you're like, okay, we can kind of really start rolling with this, was it June, May, like kind of, can you give us a little bit of understanding there?
Well, once we got adjusted trial balances, that was in July.
Okay.
And then,
So
then
you guys
we
been
got-
rolling?
Huh?
You've been rolling?
Yes, we've been rolling. Again, we tried to do as much as we could with what we had. Again, Jack's team did an excellent job of getting, a whole slew of stuff from the get-go, but some of those, the two big areas, again, why the city had a disclaimer of opinion was cash, and it was the enterprise funds.
Yeah,
We certainly didn't have that stuff in February.
right.
So, again, we're,
And I was just asking because, like, you,
Right,
I
yeah.
heard it in your voice when you said, I too want to get this done, so I don't want to just knock you, that's why I want to make sure you have a chance to speak for yourself.
Right, and
And
again,
your
I mean,
organization that you're representing.
Not to speak for Jack, but, the records were not clean, right? The records were not in good shape. That's why you had disclaimers. So you have a goal in mind of the target date. When are we going to have everything to the auditor? When's the auditor going to be able to get through everything? And then you think you're getting close, and bam, you find something else that that throws you off the rails, or right there as they're working through, trying to catch the city's records up through current. You may find something that's like, oh geez, now we got to go back and address it then. So, I mean, I know nobody likes to hear a moving target, but when you're working with the information that you have in the shape that it was in, it's just, it's hard to pin it down.
So you got the two outstanding ones, and I saw Jack nod his head when you were talking about it, so clearly, obviously, we all know he's tracking it. But once you get that, you kind of feel like you can wrap this up. You're estimating September. After September, if all goes well, then probably mid-September, end of maybe October, you'll start 21, do that, then roll in the other ones.
Yeah.
So we're looking at next year.
Yeah, and I have some weeks already dedicated in October for 21, so once we get 20 done, we're jumping right in. Once we get 20 done, we're jumping right into 20.
Yeah.
Up to 21.
21.
So it's just it's so tight.
Tight,
I mean,
It is.
Yeah.
We have 21, 22, 23, 24, and then 25
Right?
Yeah.
that all have to be done between now and end of December. It's a lot.
Yeah. it's
You
a
can't
lot of-
do,
lot
you're
of
not
work.
gonna be able to do all of them before the end of December. That's what you said, you're just doing 21 the next couple of months, and then
No,
you.
but
Yeah, I don't-
ne-
yeah.
December
I'm thinking
next
sure,
year.
yeah,
Next
just
year.
like, yeah. I was like,
Yeah, we're
wait a
not-
minute
yeah,
now. I was
right,
like,
so,
yeah, the
if we
next
can-
year, December.
Right, so, realistic goal, I think if we can start 21 in October, then 21 will be finished, before year end, and then we can jump into, it works good then into 22, because then we get into the time frame into December, January, where it's a little slower on our end too. So then, I think once they start falling, they're gonna go pretty quickly.
And I don't know where the sound is coming from over here. I think the treasurer's helping, but we can just get that fixed. Thank you. All right, well, thank you.
I have a question, Madam Mayor, when it's my turn again.
Okay, so Jack, I don't know if you still need to add on to this. We got the clarification. If you want to go ahead, you saw the.
Jack Regan, Robert Bob Group, UHY. David described the iterative nature of this very, very well. And one of the things that has lengthened this process is as we've gone through and cleaned up information in 22 and 23 and 24, anytime we find something that we hadn't experienced before, we then had to go back and say, did that occur in 20? And are there any additional adjustments that we have to make? So it's like every time we turned over a rock, it called into question what we had seen in 20 and 21 and 22. So we were constantly going back and learning lessons and understanding more, and candidly, it was transactions that were unrecorded, that we identified transaction types in 22 and 23 and 24 that we then had to go back and say, were there any others in 20 that weren't recorded that ended up changing schedules and all of that, especially in cash?
Do you feel like whatever the two outstanding items are, since you were nodding your head, you feel like you're in a good position to turn those over timely?
Yeah.
Okay, you don't need anything from us?
Yeah, I mean, he is, and the thing about David and his team is that they've provided us with very good information about the questions that they've got that have made us go back and look at a couple of things a little bit differently. We've identified some things, especially, again, because of their experience with 19 and prior, that he's been able to help us, identify and clarify some things. And when we identify those things in 20, we make sure that we update the 21 schedules, the 22 schedules, the 23 schedules, the 24 schedules that are going on through all that.
Yeah, I guess my only thing is as you keep going out to future years, and I understand what you're describing, we talked about it before, but as you go out to future years, you're going to keep going back. So we're ever going to close out an audit, right? It's kind of gets to a point where sometimes you just got to like, and just move on.
Well,
so
and not wanting to speak for the auditors, but the auditors can put their pencils down at any time and render an opinion.
Right.
May not like what the opinion says,
right,
but they can do that. And, not wanting to praise my fellow auditor too much here, but, it's commendable that the firm has stood by the city and is going to the lengths that they're going to try and render an opinion. And there are other firms that the city has had experience with in the past who didn't go that extra mile to do this. And I don't know of too many firms other than RFC that are practicing in the Commonwealth of Virginia that would go to that length to try and stand by someone who's obviously had a very troubled financial reporting environment for a long, long time. What's going to end up happening is once they get all these back audits done, and there's a track record of clean opinions, then all those firms that wouldn't stand by the city are going to want to come back and try and do business with you. And that's just a fact of life.
First. Yeah, and I understand that,
Yeah.
right? But there is also time is money too, right? We've been in this situation for a long time. So we don't need to, in my personal opinion, strive to have 100% perfect audit. If we can get to where you have clean financials, you're able to do the testing and render an opinion, unlike before, not you, but unlike before we couldn't even get that, that's the win. Because as they go through it and clean up and we understand the SOPs, the process, the gaps, and we feel it to where we are at 25 and you're able to do it, that's when we really need to track to see the performance. We already know the prior years have issues. We already know that we're not here to fix that stuff, right? But so I'm just trying to make sure we understand there's a balance here to where we're not wasting time and talent, what my job would say, my commissioner, time, talent, and treasure, on trying to put what they say, lipstick on a pig. Because at the end of the day, we also have a new law that's in place that we have a clock ticking against us for audits that are late. And we already know we're in the situation, so at the same time, not to you, everything's getting caught up. We don't want that other clock to hit us because you're waiting to have something be absolutely perfect, right? So there's that balance. And that's we're gonna use you guys to use your discretion and professionalism to help us do that, because what's the purpose of doing all of this and spending all this money? And next thing you know, the state's beating down our backs saying, oh, you got new laws in place, we're coming in and taking over everything because you didn't meet your threshold because we're trying to get something perfect.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, that's why I'm asking the questions that I'm asking, to make sure we're all on the same page.
Outstanding point, outstanding
Yeah.
point.
Okay, so, Counselor Palm, I think you said you had a question too? Maybe?
Yes. Have
Okay.
you received fiscal year 19 through all 23, all the information you need from Rob, Bob, treasurer, and finance officers to do what you have to do?
For 19 through 23?
Yeah.
No, I mean, currently we have the information for 20.
You have what?
Information for 20.
That's it?
Uploaded.
Uploaded. So when did anyone anticipate? I thought everything was given. Rob Bob has finished up all his work for 21, all the other years following. If he's finished, where's that information? Jack.
Where's,
I
and
mean,
it's,
yeah. What I mean, if you can't, you doing 20. Has anyone given you? Is Robert Bob's group finished what they're doing for 21, 22, and 23?
it's my understanding that they've made a lot of progress of 21, 22, 23, 24, but I mean, they haven't, I don't have the information for 21 yet, but we're not working on 21 right now.
I know
I'm sure
you
they
can't
could
work on
be-
it if you don't have it. I understand that. So, Mr. Jack, where I thought y'all were finished doing every year, fiscal year.
I mean, we'll upload 21 if they want us to upload 21, but they're not going to be able to work on it for several weeks, so I haven't bothered to.
But you're finished. You've done
Upload
it. It's done.
anything.
It's ready to roll.
I mean,
So,
what we're doing now is the questions that they're asking us for 20, we're going through and updating schedules for 21 as well, based on that based on those, based on those questions that come back in. I mean, this is all a very iterative
Right.
process. So, I mean,
I can't speak for Council Plum, I think what she's asking, it's clear what she's asking, but I think the reason why, Council Plum, correct me if I'm wrong, is because I think many of us was under the impression that you had all the files, and we was waiting for you just to get to them. So that's why she's asking, well, where are they? Do you have them? Because that's what I think many of us have understood to be the case, is that you had 20, 21, 22, 23 in your possession. And we were like, oh, well, what is he doing? Why are we not moving on? Am I incorrect?
My perception has been that you had already done 21, 22, 23, and that,
we've done the lion's share of the work, and any time that we get any additional questions,
okay.
know,
back.
through this, we're going back through and rippling through and
To make sure you're
identifying
addressing any
issues.
material weaknesses, that's where you're going.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
We're done with the
Right,
original
it's-
reconciliations for
especially as they're-
everything, with the exception of fixed
Hold on,
assets,
Heather,
which
can
we
you
agree.
hold on 1 second? Because
Sure.
we'll wait for a second. You can put your hand up so I can know the clerk knows you got something to say, because Council Plum still has the floor. And I think you were answering the question. Were you still saying something?
Right, I mean, they're learning us, we're learning them, so they're adapting their files with what we have. So while I'm sure they could be ready to upload those next year's
Right.
files whenever, but you know what, maybe we gotta take this 1 year at a time. We've got to get the 20 audit done. Once we get the 20 audit done, then we can roll into 21. So, they could, maybe 2 months ago, I can't speak for them, but maybe 2 months ago, they could have uploaded 3 years worth of stuff. And then as we work through 20 and they, we realize, hey, let's modify some of this stuff, then they got to go back and do it. And then you're, and that's, that can actually make things tougher,
Errors.
right? Because then you're trying to figure out, okay, is this the schedule? Is this the final schedule we're working with, or is this file over here?
Yeah.
And we had to deal with a little bit of that for 20 because prior to the Robert Bob group coming on, the city said they were ready to be audited for FY20 and uploaded information to us for the FY20. So prior to them even coming on, we had information for 20 uploaded to us. Then we get their stuff, so, you know, we've got two different sets of information that we've been trying to separate, and so, you know, if you get too many things,
I hear you.
you know, especially when you're not working on them and there could be updates, it can make things.
Slows you down. So
Yes.
Counselor Plum, does that answer your question? You got clarity? I believe she does, because it makes sense. So
It
hopefully
does
we can
make
move.
sense.
All right, any other counselors have any questions or comments?
Did Heather want to say something? Heather Ness? She's got
Oh, she has her hand raised. Sorry, Heather. Yep.
I still had the floor, right?
Yes, you did. I was trying to make sure you had anything else, but you were,
I did. I
Okay.
did.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm still trying to figure out who he's waiting for questions from. Who you said you're waiting for questions from someone? Who?
oh, you said you had 2 outstanding items. Remember you said you had 2 items that you're still waiting on. She wants to know who are those 2.
Oh, the two outstanding items related to cash? We sent both of those to Jack's team.
What are they? She wanted to know what.
She wants to know what are they.
Oh, what are they? Okay.
I'm trying to listen to
One
them.
was related to beginning balances and how what kind of adjustments had to be done for 19, and, you know, just so we can get a map, because that's one of the things we've got to do for 20, is because not only are we auditing the 20 activity, but one of the things in the statement is beginning balance. And because there was a disclaimer of an opinion issued for 19, when we're going through, and if we want to be able to issue an unmodified opinion for 20, we got to make sure we're starting off at the right spot.
I see.
And we didn't have that for the 19 audit.
Right.
So that one of the questions we have is just, now that they've gone back and done all the reconciliations and got it caught up, just tying in that beginning balance. So that was one question. And then the other was related to how outstanding items on the reconciliation and how that's been tied into the reconciliation of the bank and to the books. Those are the 2 outstanding items for cash.
Counselor Plum, does that answer your question?
Bob, have you sent that to the Rob Bob group? Have they in fact been sent? Who did you in the city did you send it to?
He mentioned that he gave it to Jack.
Okay, then
Yeah,
Jack.
I sent
have
it
you-
to
Yes,
Jack.
and Jack
Right, you
has
sent
it.
it to
Jack's
Jack,
here, and
that's
he nodded his head that he has it.
I know. Does the city out staff need to get it as well to work on something, or how does that work?
We mostly been working through Jack, and
Not
then if
you.
he needs to communicate with some of the city staff, depending on what it is.
That's what I'm asking. Is Jack, have you relayed that to the city, what you need so that you can
Yes,
help with your?
yes, we have access to what we need, and the conscious decision was made to really, and I think this has come through in all of our reports, is we tried to freeze the 24 and prior that we're going to be working on, or 23 and prior especially, that we've been working on. 24 staff, and especially starting 7/1/24 with the newly implemented policies and procedures. City staff have been working very diligently and trying to keep everything current with the new policies and procedures, that we've taken the lead in trying to clean up all of the old stuff. So all of that is coming through us. We've got access to Munis, so we're able to retrieve that information. If there's something we don't know how to find, especially if it's some support for a particular transaction, we'll work through the treasurer, who's got access to a lot of the daily records. We've gone through and gotten a lot of stuff from the daily records. We'll make some requests from finance staff as well on that. But we're really trying to minimize the amount of time they're having to spend on trying to clean up all the old stuff. We're trying to handle all that so they can focus on the new policies and procedures and keeping stuff clean on a go-forward basis, if that makes any sense. That's been the emphasis that we've tried to do.
So is 18 and 19 clean or not? Have we gotten to that point?
You said 18 and 19, are you, what
Are
years?
they, yes, fiscal year 18 and 19, are they completely clean and established as a clean audit? And is there gonna be a opinion on that?
No, they did, they did not, and were not engaged and did not go back and re-audit 18 and 19.
Okay.
What they had to do in order for you to get an unmodified opinion in 20 were all of the balance sheet accounts that existed as of July 1st, 2019, which normally would have been covered by the June 30th, 19 opinion, had to be re-audited. Just those accounts, not everything that occurred in 19 or everything that occurred in 18. Just that opening balance had to be done. So, and I think we've mentioned this on several different occasions. The 2020 audit is really almost two audits in one, because you're having to audit the opening numbers and then you're having to audit the ending numbers. And that's the only way you'd be able to get an unmodified opinion on 20 is if you audited that opening balance, because there was no audit coverage on that balance at all because you had a disclaimer of opinion.
Okay, now, and then the timeline that the gentleman just gave us, does that really align with the timeline that you gave us?
I think it's a reasonable guideline. I was way too ambitious. And I set the expectation incorrectly among the council. That's on me.
Okay. But
But,
yeah, it's out of whack.
but I
Okay,
think
great.
this hurdle of getting through 20 is going to be immense, because it's the two audits. We'll have known, we've ferreted out a lot of the issues from an audit perspective. And again, we're rippling those through all the 21, 22, and 23 work that we are doing. To allay any of the council concerns, what I'll do is I will work with David to get him to put out there links for 21, 22, 23, 24, so we can upload those so they've got them.
I thought
just-
you just shared, no. I think that, no, we already clarified the
Okay.
fact that we thought that they had them, but you clarified why that's not the case. You just sat there and said, basically, don't do that. So we don't need to do
Well,
that.
then what I'll do is I will provide them to city staff. So the city staff have them. Now, again, as they go through 21, and they may find some things, then I'll want to reserve the right to go through 22 and 23 and 24 and update
There you go.
again as necessary based on those lessons learned. So there will be an iterative process through all these later years as well. But we'll make sure that the city staff have access to all those.
Thank you,
Okay.
Councilor Pelham. Anything else?
No, I think that's quite a bit. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions of council to our guests this evening?
Just thank you.
Thank you for
We're
coming
done.
and answering our
Sure,
questions.
sure.
We've been wanting to talk to you for a while. That sounds like
no,
both want to talk
I'm
to him.
happy to
So-
give you an update, and I said that Hopewell is our highest priority right now, so we will
Thank you.
work to get you done.
All right, well, be safe, drive, be well and drive safely. Thank you for coming.
Thank
Thanks a
you.
lot.
Thank you.
All right, our next item on tonight's meeting is number 3, the Bob Group. It's a presentation.
Why did he mute me? Stop muting me.
Well, we
Somebody-
gotta mute you because the background,
Oh, I'm sorry. All right, I do it better. Okay, well, anyway, thank you for making Hopewell a priority. Going out the door. Can you hear that?
yep, he heard it.
Okay, all right.
All right. All right, we're gonna move on to Ms. Ness. She's gonna do a presentation on behalf of our Bob Group, and she's joining us virtually.
I am here, but I believe Bob wanted to open us up.
All right.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Heather is going to, is online tonight, and will be presenting an update on our report for this week. When I was listening to the discussion on the audit, I was thinking, let's not snatch victory from defeat, because we've come a long way from when we started with regard to the audit, and we're rounding the bend again to get to where the city really needs to be. In our report tonight, Heather will give a summary of our report. One of the areas that we were concerned about in our report was the transition plan. And I'm happy to report that the city manager has provided us with a very detailed transition plan that will be presented to the city council for its review. It's in draft form now, and we're working our way through it, because at the end of the day, there needs to be some way in which our work is transitioned into to the city. And so, but we still have some significant issues that we want to cover tonight. But I just wanted to mention that we were concerned early on about the pace of providing transition, getting the city prepared for a transition report, transitioning when we leave. But now we have a very comprehensive report. I've reviewed it, I've made my comments to it. Those comments are being updated in the transition report, and it will be then presented to the city council. My recommendation to city council is that you go through the transition report thoroughly to make sure that it meets the expectations that will continue to escalate and move the city forward. There's a lot of work that we're doing on the SOPs. We're going to give you an update on that tonight as well. But in September, we hope that we can have a much more detailed work session with the city council as we transition our work and close out our work in October. One other point that I want to make, which is not a component of our report tonight, is I had a great, we're preparing, we recommended that we have an economic summit for the city, with the city, to help figure out how the city can grow its economy going forward. And I've been working with the Director of Economic Development. We had a fantastic tour of the city today to look at all of the opportunities that the city, from ward to ward, from corner to corner in the city. And so we look forward to putting together the details for an economic development summit, because the city cannot continue to, with its current pace of generating income, to grow the city. The city needs to figure out a way in which we can grow the city's economy. And the other good news is that we're working very closely with the State Department of Economic Development. And I think I've kept the City Council aware of those opportunities and meetings as in my emails to you all. So I want to keep you abreast and apprised, and again, working closely with the Director of Economic Development, we're going to figure out a way to set forward a plan for the city that the city can implement over the next several years to grow its economy. So with that, Heather is somewhere in.
I'm here.
Okay, we're ready
I'm in
to
the
go.
ether. No one can see me because it won't let me present, so now I feel like I should have done this in sweatpants.
That'd be nice, but
Anyway.
COVID days, right? So you have the floor, Heather.
Thanks, guys. Jack and David actually covered what I wanted to say, so I'm going to start with some opening comments, and then we'll move through it. Here's the agenda. What you had seen is that we just wanted to make sure that Robinson and Farmer Cox went first, so they were the first item, but there were no slides in here for that. And then we're going to move in. We're going to do things a little bit differently than what we have previously done, which is sort of, we've usually just given you a status, and then we've gone through and sort of said next steps and risks to consider. Today, we want to start with the risks, and here is why. So I want to be clear on how we outline our status reports for the city and, what green, red, what's positive, what still needs some work. And so we wanted to outline the risks first. And I think it's really important before I move through, actually, I want to make sure everyone can hear me. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So before we move through the presentation itself, I wanted to sort of state just a few things. One, I wanted to remind everyone that we had two goals, and that's pretty evident as we were just going through that conversation, Robinson Farmer Cox, right?
Excuse me, Heather, do you have the presentation on your computer screen that you can share?
Yeah, I'm sharing it now. Can you not see it?
No, we have our other screen up, so let's go back, let's pause for a second, let them adjust the screen that we're seeing, okay?
Yeah, I'll hold.
All right, perfect, we can see your screen now, thank you.
No problem. Is it all coming through, or do I need to?
No, it's perfect, we just had
Okay.
another screen up.
Chrissy's texting me, telling me she can see it. Good.
I can
Excellent.
see it too.
Anyway, all right. So let me just remind you, there were two main goals, right? And I hate to sound like, Ghost of Christmas Past and Ghost of Christmas Future, but that's kind of where we are, right? So the first goal we had is cleaning up the prior financial statements. And as Jack correctly said, we had to clean up 2019 to get to the balance for 2020, which is the audit year that was starting. And so Jack is working with Robinson Farmer Cox to make sure that the prior financial statements are cleaned up from a manual process, just to make sure that, or to help ensure you guys get an unqualified opinion for 2020 through 2024. And something I wanted to make sure that we were making clear is that it is likely that you will still have material weaknesses in 2020 to 2024. So while it would be an unmodified financial statement, you still will have material weaknesses because of the controls that we're currently cleaning up. I'm going to make that distinction really clear. So if you recall, a couple of months ago, I came and I talked to council and I said, listen, this is go time. Like by July 1, the SOPs have to be trained and they have to be approved. The system has to move up. And by July 1, we had targeted starting the transition process. And some things in the last month since we've talked to you haven't happened as we would have liked to have seen them, to make sure that we're removing the material weakness for 2025. So I wanted to say, listen, the first half, which is, getting the financial statements from, 2024 down, is mostly complete with the original work. As Jack correctly stated, when we're finding something new for 2020, we're also pulling it forward and adjusting 21 through 24, plus the books have to get closed for 24 for us to finalize our work. But the original work, with the exception of fixed assets for 23, has been completed backwards facing. So Ghost of Christmas Past. All right. Now, Ghost of Christmas Future here, we're talking about standard operating procedures and the Tyler Munis implementations. And we have had some difficulties and challenges moving through some of those. And you've heard about those in the past. And I'm going to clearly outline sort of what those are going forward, and how important they are, because there is a difference between an unmodified opinion of financials and actually a fully clean audit, right? We want to remove those material weaknesses as soon as possible. And the longer we delay approvals and implementations and meetings and these kinds of stuff, the greater the risk, the longer period of time that you do not have an automated control environment. And I wanted to be clear there, because while we feel very bullish and strong on the past financial statements that are being manually done, at this moment, I do not feel bullish and strong on the future, and I will outline why in just a moment. And as Bob correctly stated a moment when he was kicking us off, it is now the time for transition. And, as we previously reported, July 1, we asked the city to identify that individual who will be responsible for carrying our work forward. Dr. Manker did hire the deputy city manager to do so. And what we asked him to do, in order to train him on those responsibilities, is taking on sort of what I would say is about 25% of, sort of the direct push and leadership that I do. So and that the RBG team does. So while we're still doing the training, we just asked him to set up the training schedule, right? To take on some of those responsibilities, and then to start, working with us on what those details would look like, and then to also start that transition plan. And we gave it about a month. And what has happened is Dr. Manker has intervened, and what Bob said is correct, that there is now a transition plan that was delivered to us last Friday, and we'll talk a little bit about that in a moment. But I did want to be clear, in responsibility for the city manager to take on those transition responsibilities is a lot to ask, as well as running the city. So we do have a little bit of concern about that individual not being able to carry those items forward. And we just want to make sure over the next 8 weeks that we continue to focus on that effort of transitioning for the person who's going to take over those responsibilities. So essentially, what I'm saying is, who's going to be the next me, the next Christy, the next Adriana, to make sure that everything that we are setting up maintains clean and controlled. Because I will tell you, we've already had a handful of things where we've put something in and it has either, accidentally or purposely been rolled back without communication. And if that happens continually and there's not a watchdog looking out for that, then the city's going to be at risk for future problems. So now, don't worry, the whole tone of this presentation is not going to be, dire, but I do want to be very clear that while we feel good about the financial statements from 24 prior that we have manually cleaned up, we have several risks outstanding for moving forward. And so there's 4 of them that I've outlined here, right? One is leadership and appropriate staffing. It is that continued thing that we've talked about, leadership initiative, staffing, and accountability. And this is not all on, Dr. Manker. I think there's a lot of departments that are outside, Treasury, in other constitutional offices that are not appropriately staffed to handle the workload that are coming in. And it is either skill set or there's just not enough bodies. I know prior to this, we've talked also about the IT department, with having one administrator for Tyler Munis. LaTanya is great, but she's also supporting some lack of efficiency in the treasurer's office, and then also trying to do regular administration as well as pulling through these implementations. And just that severe workload is one of the things that you will see as we go through our report, why we're not making some of those deadlines, because she can only do so much in a day. Go ahead.
No. Can we can interrupt?
Not yet. Let's get to a
Okay.
stopping point in the presentation, then we'll pause and go back for questions.
I have a
I'm not gonna say
question.
not do the whole thing, but there's breaks in how this is,
You want me to get through the first 4 risks and then take questions, and then we'll go through the status updates? Because the status
Yes,
updates are the details behind what I'm saying. I
correct.
just wanted to-
Let's do it like that. Yep.
Okay, I just wanted to get those risks out there so you were listening appropriately as I went through the details of the status, so you
Yep.
knew what you were looking for.
And when you pause, Heather, Council Palmer, have you first and let's speak.
Okay, second one. We've talked about this, the delays and failures extending remediation. So, again, we have committed to getting these SOPs done and trained by the end of September. So, I have sat here and I have told you that, right? And so what we are doing, because we are continually still not getting approvals in time. There are certain departments that are great and there are other departments that are not, or there's departments that are approving, but they're not giving us what we need to approve, or they approve and 4 days later they come back with changes. So these kinds of things. So we have now been much more strict, and we've put a couple of policies in place that have been in our status reports to try to basically say, listen, 3 days we're approving it because we've got to move forward and we've got to get things trained. We now have a hybrid training environment happening right now because there are some areas that are ready to train, but other areas that are not. And so we just want to move as fast as possible to get things up that can be up so that those control weaknesses can be closed. So that is the second one. The third one here is this implementation of corrective actions. Sometimes the corrective actions, we've been giving advice in updating, let's call it security roles and protocol. And in some cases, we've seen them reversed, and there's no documentation as to why there's being reversed. But we've noticed they got reversed one day because we took a mirror of the production environment about a month, and Adriana can keep me honest here because she's also on the phone, about a month and a half after we were told those security protocols are put in place. And as we were going through the testing for the bank reconciliation manager, we noticed that they had been pulled back. And that was a mirror of the existing and current environment. And so while we're reporting that they have been corrected, and we have been reporting for months that the short-term security updates have been done, some of them have been rolled back. And so that's also exacerbating that risk exposure. And again, we don't have control over that. And there's no documentation as to why. So if Robinson Farmer Cox, who was here, comes back and says, wait, why are these segregation of duties the way they are? They need to be able to explain why they're not in a controlled manner, the way that we had previously set them up. So there needs to be documentation for that. So that is in the last one here, and we talked about this, and this one I'm very happy that Bob updated. And we do, as of Friday, have a transition plan, which was submitted by Dr. Manker for us to be under review on late Friday night. Just to understand that that is almost a month after we had originally tried to get a transition plan, because we're now going to have to work off of those transitions. So, that delayed some items like training and that kind of stuff. It won't affect us or our work. It's just, for example, we had hoped to train this week and next week in person and then be around for questions and implementation. Now we are pushing our training schedule back, where we have done just some training for like the finance department that is ready to train virtually this week. And we have additional items that are ready to train next week. And then now we are pushing that on-site role-based training to the last 2 weeks in September. So it's just like I reported last time with the ERP push back to October 1st. We are right up against that deadline now. But of greater concern to me, other than our work and our deadlines and the effectiveness of implementation without stabilization, is now we have a complete full quarter without some of these remediation activities in place. And so that will affect the way the audit is done next year. So for that complete first quarter, at least, things will have to be done in a more manual nature than what we would like to have seen. So I wanted to be clear of the impact of those things. So it's more than, okay, it's pushed a couple of weeks. A couple of weeks makes a big difference when we're talking about external audits. So those are the risks. And I will go through the details of everything I just said in the next piece. But I'd like to pause because I believe Councilmember Pelham has some questions.
Yes, Councilor Pelham, before you speak, can you hold on 1 second? We are pushing up our 20 minutes for our meeting termination time. Is there a motion to extend the meeting? And please state
So moved.
until when?
I would make that motion.
What's the motion?
I'd like to extend the meeting until we finish at least this presentation, if not to the end of the agenda, whichever one is appropriate.
The motion is on the floor, is to extend the meeting to complete the Robert Bob Group presentation and to move the other items to the next scheduled council meeting. Is that correct, Councilor Pelham?
No, I said, or I extend it to the, to the end of the agenda.
So what's the motion? I need you to give me
Okay,
a motion.
I make the motion that we extend to the end of the agenda.
Public hearings. I'm sorry. Public hearings were advertised.
Wait, we'll address it.
So we have
So I gotta get her motion on the floor. We can address it with the comments. So motion is to extend the meeting to the end of the agenda. Is there a second?
To continue the meeting until the end of the agenda, right?
Yes, until R7. Is there a second? Motion fails for lack of a second. Dr.
Okay.
Maker. Outside the public hearings, which you know have been advertised and we have to do, that are time sensitive, we have to do the public hearings. Anything under regular business with probably clearly R2 needs to be addressed. High CSA funding needs to be addressed. What specifically under regular business must be addressed tonight?
Must absolutely the Churchill R2, R3, and R7. Those are absolute.
Is there a motion that anyone would like to consider making to extend the meeting to include the Robert Bob presentation, public hearings R2, 3, and 7?
So move.
I'll consider that as Counselor Pelham made the motion, seconded by Counselor Joyner. Any discussion anyone could add or change? Counselor Jen, I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand.
So we're not doing the public hearings?
No, ma'am, no, we are gonna do it. So it's finish this presentation, do the public hearings, do R2, R3, and R7. Okay? Is everybody clear on that motion? Anyone wanna make any adjustments? Okay, and those are the items that we were told is absolutely pressing for tonight, correct?
Yes.
Okay. See no lights, roll call, please.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. The meeting will be extended until then. Counselor Pelham, you have the floor for your question.
Okay. What does it mean when you said the Ms. Felton was doing administrative work and working in treasury? Is she physically doing treasury responsibilities, or is she doing munis responsibilities just to the treasurer's office?
So I'm gonna cede the floor to Adriana in just a moment because she's directly in it with them as we're working through some of the implementation. But there are items that have to get done as part of the Munis implementation for Bank Reconciliation Manager and a bunch of other items that we had previously assigned out to representatives in the treasurer's office that had to be governed or guided by governed and guided by Latanya and others. But I know Adriana's on the phone and she's on this every day. So Adriana, do you want to provide a little bit more detail?
Yes, thank you. I think especially with the security items, with the rolling back of the permissions that were set as short-term recommendations and completed that were rolled back, were due to emergency situations where budget was no longer available and budget had to be overwritten. And I think that's one of the biggest concerns, because if we have a balanced budget and we need to have additional funding to process any type of emergency type of transactions, then theoretically we should be doing a budget transfer and amendment and not constantly rolling back permissions to allow to override budget. And I think the other piece of it was in regards to the reconciliation training and the ability to move forward with one of the reconciliation programs and assigning the Treasury Department and the rest of the team working on this part of the project to complete testing, so that prior to moving forward with cutover and production of the new way of managing funds and pooled cash, the testing just wasn't completed by all parties involved. And I think that, to Miss Latanya's defense, she just wants to get things done and continue to keep things moving, which is great. But I feel
You
like
can't do that.
exactly.
Yeah, you can't do nobody else's job and interfere with your overface of making sure others do their job. You train them and they do it, and then they have to be accountable for it. You can't physically correct every issue, because I mean, I know she has that expertise in treasury, and we all have that as managers to overdo, but hey, that ain't your job. And then what is she? Is she doing that in administration and the treasury office? What is she doing in administration that she should not be doing?
I think that
I have a point. I do have a point of information. Councilor Pelham, you're definitely going to still have the floor, but I do want us to caution ourselves to not get into potential personnel matters in regards
Okay.
to performance. And
Okay, I'm not
quite
talk- okay,
frankly,
I'm
I
not
feel like
talk-
this has already started off in that direction. I was trying to
Okay,
extend
that's fine.
grace,
I'm
but
just saying, I
we
mean-
need to reel it back in. We can address the issues that's being raised, but I do want to make sure that we don't,
Yeah, well, the
go
issue is,
ahead. Or
stay in your
find
lane.
another way, another
Okay,
venue
but the-
to ask these detailed questions.
I want to
yeah,
be clear, there's nothing wrong, like, Latanya is doing the best
A
she
great
can
job.
with the resources she has. This isn't a personnel issue.
And let me also be clear too.
So I just want to be
please
clear.
let's please stop using people's names. Let's use positions, please.
Yes, so the ERP administrator is doing a wonderful job and the best she can, given that she's a single shop. So that's why we recommend that we get her some help. And we will
well,
keep
she might not need no help if she don't do other people's jobs. Next question is
Next
bank reconciliations. Who made that decision? About security, did you say it was not being done or was done late? I can't remember.
Okay, so that is, can I ask you, and I know you've got questions here, do we want to skip ahead to the presentation? Because I've got slides on
No.
that. Or do we want to stop right?
I did just answer when you get there, okay?
Okay, yeah, we are planning to answer that.
Who was it? When was the transitional plan initiated? When
So
was the transitional plan due to you?
So we had hoped to have someone identified July 1, and that was in our report starting, I think, in April. And then to start working with that person to identify a transition plan. And then, so,
Then it happened when? Then it
got it
happened when?
Friday, the 23rd of August.
23rd of August. Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Before we move on, Ms. Ness, does anyone else have any comments or questions? I do have a comment, but I'll wait to see anybody else does.
I'll comment later.
Okay. I just want to make sure, just try to reel this back in. I do understand and respect the fact that our Bob Group has to be transparent and open with what they want to relay to council.
Yep.
But I'll just make sure that as we're addressing issues and asking questions, that we do not use people's names, their titles, but then also use discretion to see, again, when someone is not here to defend the statements being made, that, and they're watching this potentially, that, they won't feel slighted. And I know you can't control how people feel, but in regards to what's being stated, let's just make sure we keep it to the facts of what occurred and what was asked, and refrain from opinions about the situation. We can address opinions in another forum and setting, but I just want to make sure, in fairness to staff, that we keep it kind of fact-driven, or even, to your point, Ms. Ness, in regards to what you assume could be the ramification of the action not being taken, because that's within your purview. The other thing I would just say to Dr. Manker, at the end of this, I definitely want to make sure I yield some time for you to address anything that you want in regards to what's being stated here. And I'll keep my other questions and comments to the end to make sure I take the full, all the information in, and then I'll share further comments. But if any point in time people feel like the commentary is going left or right, feel free to hit your button or whatever, and we can rein it back in so that everyone is comfortable. Go ahead, Ms. Ness.
I think it is well understood. And I just want to reiterate that the ERP administrator is doing an excellent job. There's just a resourcing issue. So hopefully it was positive. It was meant to be positive. So
Yeah, and so
anyway.
was my comment to compliment her for doing what she has to do to make the job get done. Is a compliment to her work ethic. So, I mean, I'm not trying to condemn her for it, but a lot of times when you give time, again, thank you for what you do.
Thank
Latanya,
you.
I mean, ERP, whatever.
Thank you.
Anyway, I just want to be clear on that. We're not calling her out for anything. She's doing a great job. Okay, So, the first piece of business here is an update on the Hopewell water renewal agreement, and hopefully Russ is floating around here if there's any questions. But at the end of the day, there were some comments on the agreement that had been drafted, and Advance 6 has raised some outstanding issues. I believe there is a meeting this week to discuss those additional revisions. I think this is the second time around with those revisions, and then upon finalization, which we're expecting to happen shortly, that agreement will be submitted to you all at the council for approval. So we just didn't want that to drop. We wanted to know that this was moving forward, and quiet is good. It is still moving. All right. SOP finalization and training. Yes, I realized there was a big risk, and I didn't mean to start with shock and awe, but I did want to give you some positive update, which was there is significant progress that has been made. We're about 50% done with the approvals. If you recall, when we were here last, we had, I think, one approval done, and in the last two period or so weeks, we're about 50% now. We are still experiencing delays with untimely responses, rework, with delays and feedback that have been inconsistent. So what will happen is, there are multiple documents that get reviewed by multiple people. And if anyone's paying attention to the status reports that get filed, there is a chart in those status reports that shows by each SOP what department goes to approval and when it was submitted and when it was approved. And then sometimes if those departments aren't aligned, then we have to go back to the originating department to clarify and sort of mediate the difference between the opinions in the departments. So we have that a lot happening. So that is requiring some rework and or additional communications. And then because of some of these pending approvals, as I said, the original target was to be approved and starting to train by now. And now we are training partially, but we are not fully in training mode. If you're curious as to what is where, this is where we are. The final approved are in the green box. The ones that are in review scheduled are far away to the left, and partially approved, meaning, let's say finance has approved it, but it's still outstanding with treasury or something along those lines. For the details, you can go to the status report. Those are partially approved. So the ones that are in green, that's where we're starting the training, just to be clear. And then because we've experienced delays on the ERP side, and that is what we're going to move into next. What we're also bumping up into is the trainings that are getting done by Tyler and by our ERP team for the outstanding modules that are still being implemented. So there's a lot of training that is happening between now and the end of October. Actually, really now and the end of September. There'll be some stragglers in October, but mostly now through the end of September. So I'm just making you aware of that. It's been, Dr. Menker is actually doing a great job in working with us in trying to carve out, when payroll gets done, because we can't have anything with the payroll people being trained on those weeks. And then those people may also be needed for ERP training as well. So it is not as easy as it sounds, especially when you are doing role-based training. It's not like you can pull finance in a hall and say, okay, finance, here's the newer pieces of the 22 SOPs that apply to you, because the whole point of this is to help the city operate together. So that the folks that are handing off, let's say there's a handoff between finance and treasury or finance and core, so that they understand what's coming to them, what's expected of them once it gets it, and where it's going to. So it is by process, by role. So it is a very complex thing to schedule alongside also the ERP edits that are being done. So Dr. Menker is doing her best. She has been patient with us as she provides a schedule, and we have to make updates to that. I think we actually went through another round of those today. Thank you, Dr. Menker. But again, I go back to my original risk. Dr. Menker is helping us schedule these trainings and these kinds of things, which in my opinion is, and this is again, RBG's opinion, is hard to ask of a woman who is running the city itself as well. It's a lot of administrative tasks. So I just wanted everyone to think through that. For next steps for the SOPs, We are hoping to secure approvals for the remaining SOPs as soon as possible. We had hoped to get through our final review a couple days ago, which I think is EMS, so that we can clean that up for approval. I think we've got another session that is set out for the 27th for that, which I guess was today. So hopefully we are done, and we will send that one out for approval once documented. And then once, yes, Christy said it's done today. Thanks, Christy. And then once the SOPs are done, then we go back and revise the process flows to match the SOP documents, and then we start training. So I have spoken about this hybrid model. So this is what it looks like. So partially we will be delivering things virtually for those that we believe understand the process, and have clear leadership on site, et cetera, et cetera. And for the SOPs that are done, and just to recall everyone, in that green approved box. That has started happening this week. It will also continue through next week, and then there will be on-site training for the remaining items that are undergoing approval from the 23rd and the week of the 30th. So I guess we close out the first week in October, since 9:30 is that Monday. So, and Christy wanted me to mention that 9/2 is actually citywide training for some of the processes. So those are larger groups, which is why they're virtual. So there are some processes that affect everyone in the city, and those are being done virtually, across multiple sessions. So here is our tentative training schedule. I will tell you, as I just referenced, that training schedule was updated yet again today. So I'm now showing you old information, but it's more or less this. We've just moved some things around. Virtual finance department training is happening this week. Grants, payroll, accounts payable, budget, and procurement, because those are within the finance department and easy to train virtual. Citywide training is happening the first week of September, which is next week. That has been confirmed. Invites have been sent. And those are the topics: P cards, purchase requisitions, purchase orders, invoice processing, budget and grants management. And then the remaining items will be done the last 2 weeks of September, the 23rd and the 30th. So really eking into October, and we're waiting confirmation, but pushing to get those 65 hours of training scheduled as soon as possible so that people can block their schedules. All right. I'm going to pause quickly and make sure that there's no questions on SOPs before I have Adriana walk you through the status of the ERP system.
Anyone have any questions or comment for this section? I see no lights. Ms. Ness, just one clarification. For the training, you says the week of 9/2, or is it on 9/2?
It's the week of.
Okay.
So each one of these things are somewhere between 1 hour and 4 hours, depending on how complex the process is. I want to remind you, the processes are dense because we're passing things back and forth across departments. Some of them may be 40, 50 pages. And so we've broken those down into sort of manageable training chunks.
Okay.
So, it just depends on how complex the process is. But we would like the right hand to talk to the left hand so that everyone understands what they're doing.
Okay, appreciate it. I see no other lights. You can go ahead.
Okay, Adriana, you are up.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And thank you everybody for your time with our ERP updates. We, as of July 1st, have transitioned into a pooled cash reconciliation model where pooled cash has been implemented. At the time, we're still working on the reconciliation portion. There's different conversations going on with what method is going to be best for the city. There's currently 2 different programs within the ERP system that allow us to use for reconciliation. As I mentioned earlier, or in a previous meeting, one of them is like the Rolls-Royce of reconciliation with a lot of bells and whistles. We also have the opportunity to use a classic program, and that's where we're at as far as reconciliation is concerned. We do have an internal meeting tomorrow morning to discuss with the team which way is going to be best for the city. So once that decision is made, we should be able to move forward and continue and start reconciliation in your production environment. We have started and geared up again with employee expense reimbursement. I don't know if you remember at the beginning of the year when we discussed our recommendations. One of our recommendations was to implement employee expense reimbursement so that you wouldn't have any employees listed as vendors anymore. We kicked that off again this Monday, and we have a few trainings scheduled now that include some training with the software company. The upcoming trainings are September 9th, 13th, and 20th. Our expected go live to make that cut over into using this new system to track all employee expense reimbursements is October 1st. We feel like it is a aggressive timeline, but we want to make sure that we're able to cut over and continue to support the city with this new module before our contract ends. So we want to make sure that the team is focused and prepared in advance with all of these training sessions. We also want to consider all employees that will also need to be trained. So I think I jumped a little bit ahead earlier with the reconciliation managers, but with the reconciliation program that we plan on moving forward with. One of the biggest issues we encountered with Bank Reconciliation Manager is not having.
I'm so sorry to interrupt, Adriana, but I'm being told you need to speak up a little bit.
Oh, no. Okay. Can you hear me better now?
A little bit. It's a smidge better, but
Oh, no.
it's almost the same.
I feel like I have it as loud as I could have it.
I mean, I don't know how close you are to your microphone. We can't see your face. So I don't know if you got to put your laptop in your face to be able to hear you a little bit clearer through the speaker. It seems like you're kind of far away.
Okay. Is this better?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So one of the biggest concerns or issues that we've come across with reconciliation is not having complete testing from the treasurer's office. There was a lot of communication leading up to the cutover of our pooled cash implementation. And the reason why I mentioned pooled cash is because the structure of your accounts was rebuilt to reflect the different bank accounts. Reflecting those different bank accounts then transitions to using the Bank Reconciliation Manager to facilitate balances and having better reporting. One of the main concerns that we've had since before July 1st was ensuring that the team was doing thorough testing. We understand that prior to July 1st, a lot of the testing couldn't be completed because of transactions in the system not matching up with real live bank files. So we wanted to wait until July 15th and give the team a couple of weeks of real live data to test in a train environment while using real live transactions and real live files. And that really didn't happen. And there was a miscommunication, and the city decided to go ahead and move forward with using the Bank Reconciliation Manager, knowing that we still have some outstanding decisions to be made. So our big concern here is making sure that the team is available to participate in our meeting tomorrow morning so we could discuss where we stand and the best course of actions to move forward and ensure that the city is effectively and successfully able to reconcile moving forward. One of the other items that was scheduled for our ERP implementation was the ACFR, your Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. We had some training scheduled on August 1st. Unfortunately, it had to be cut short because items that needed to be completed were not completed. Unfortunately, communication was not delivered to us within sufficient time to help assist the city in preparing. And I think that's the biggest concern I have, is having better communication, not just internally, but with us as consultants. At the end of the day, our ultimate goal is to help you be in a better status and not need us and not need any additional help. Unfortunately, because we were not prepared for the August 1st training, it had to be rescheduled for October 2nd. So now there's a 2-month delay, and I don't know that the complete implementation of the ACFR reporting is going to be completed in the month of October.
And I just want to be clear, there have been situations in which, the Tyler things have come out in May that we have not been apprised to until a day or two before in order to help the city. So we're working through these communication issues right now, but they do exist. Go ahead, Adriana.
All right, so here's a recap of our update of all items that we are currently working on. Bank reconciliation manager is to be determined at the moment. Hopefully a decision is made tomorrow during our internal meeting. Bid management and contract management, that's gone very well, very smooth. The team did a phenomenal job implementing that. We currently don't have any outstanding issues, but I believe we have a follow-up session with Tyler Technologies. Employee expense, our original target date was July 1st. That piece of the project had to be put on pause, and as I mentioned earlier, training started up again this Monday. Our new target date for go live is going to be October 1st. The ACFR statement builder originally was scheduled to start on August 1st. It's been pushed out to October 2nd. And Socrata reporting, that's definitely on hold. Socrata reporting allows financial transparency to be displayed by the city. Until all the audits and the final numbers have been completed, we can't move forward with Socrata reporting.
I also want to apologize for the ACFR statement builder. This is what happens when we put it in a week early. Those dates are net new since the last time we submitted this. So as you heard Adriana say, it's actually now October 2nd, which is what this date should be here. All right, Adriana, one more slide for you. Security and workflow.
So security and workflow, based on updates, all short-term security recommendations have been completed. There has been a few adjustments. Currently, long-term recommendations for security and workflow are in progress. Honestly, anybody that's ever worked on any software system knows that security and workflow is always going to be ongoing. There's always going to be new employees that get hired that need to have updated security and workflow. There's going to be employees that leave that are going to have to adjust security and workflow. Our ultimate goal with security and workflow is to get the city stabilized and ensure that we have proper security and workflow that meet all of the separation of duties and requirements for your audits.
Adriana, do you want to speak to the department meetings that are happening regarding that?
Internally, Dr. Minker has confirmed that the IT team is working with the different departments to have discussions on all employee roles that need access to the ERP system so that we could all come to and be on the same page with the proper baseline permissions for all roles. So thank you, Dr. Minker.
All right, so that ends the detail of our status. I did want to speak to one other thing before we take questions, and that is the Munis project over at schools. I was hoping to get to you all today the gap analysis document that we had discussed at the last meeting, but we have not had the availability to review it with schools. That is happening tomorrow. And did not feel right bringing it to you without first sharing it with schools as well as the council committee from you guys that participates with schools. So again, that is happening tomorrow, and so we should have something for you shortly.
Okay.
Any questions? Okay. I will say, I also want to report, we did have the meeting with them to compile the gap analysis. We just wanted to go back to them after we compile that and give them a preview before sharing it with council.
All right. And I'll ask Dr. Minker offline about the committee you're talking about for schools. But thank you for your presentation, ladies. I don't see any lights raised right now, but before we do that, Dr. Minker, I see it now. She just did it. Do you want to speak? Or do you want to go after the questions? I don't know if your context might help a question.
No, there's no context. I would just say that it is RGB's responsibility to report out the hurdles. And that is exactly what they have done tonight. There is one issue that I just want to bring, and even Heather is not aware of this because it just happened today. But in referencing the status of the issues because of the security rollbacks, those security rollbacks were rolled back because they could not complete a job function that they were trying to complete. Now, we have monthly Monday meetings, standing Monday meetings. We've talked about this issue, and we have lively meetings at some moments. And so the way I have decided to remedy this problem is to develop a risk issue status worksheet in Workspace. And so whenever they come across an issue in IT, and this is specifically to the ERP administrator, when they come across an issue that is not working due to a new security role that's been put in place, because of course they haven't been tested until the user tried to complete their tasks in Munis. And so if they run into an issue where they no longer are able to complete their tasks, they have to contact someone. And this someone is in the IT department. And so in order to get them running and back to doing their job, the quickest solution is to roll back the security. Now, we all understand that that's an issue. And so how to remedy this issue going forward, we've developed a status change worksheet where if there's an issue that they come across because they're unable to do their job, they need to document the issue, identify what the issue is, why is the issue, and to communicate that back to the Robert Bob Group as long as they're here, so we can find ways to work around that issue or to establish a new security role. So I think this goes back to the lack of communication as to why this was not reported out. But I just want to make that one clarification. But we do have a new process in place that will help us identify why they are having issues and establishing a process for working around those issues.
I just want to be clear that sometimes you can't do the responsibility because you shouldn't have one person doing the entire task because it's not appropriate segregation of duties. So as we work through that process and form, Dr. Minker, we really need to have that risk assessment because while some processes may be stopped in a lot of cases, like the budget example that Adriana was using earlier, the process is stopped for a reason. And that process being stopped was so that those budget adjustments should be going to council for approval. And I don't know what the situation was today, but it is something to consider as we're moving through it. It's not just a document that you're rolling back the security. We need to be asking the question, why, before we roll things back, and whether or not there's another way to get them done. What's the risk?
Okay. Any other comments, Dr. Mather? No. Okay. Counselor Joyner has her light. Anyone else has the light on besides Counselor Joyner?
I would just like to say that if any of you read the report from 8/16, the remediation status report was a damning report. It painted a picture that was dire. The training hadn't been done. All these things were being left undone. Now, a week later, things have been obviously addressed. But I'm not sure, when I saw that 8/16 report, it gave me great pause, because I'm looking at a $2.4 million investment of the citizens' tax dollars. And if we don't follow through with all of these things to the letter, we risk that investment. Now, obviously, we have audits going on, and certainly certain things are going to continue to be done. But I'm looking at, so we just received, we hadn't had a chance to look at this report other than just being reported. On page 19, failure to implement internal controls at the start of fiscal year 2025 has risked potential removal of the material weaknesses at first available opportunity in the fiscal year 2025 audit. Okay, that's a really serious condition, that it is just hard. And so all these things we talked about with Robinson, Farmer, and Cox, us moving to, the first on-time clean audit 2025, it won't happen if some of these things aren't taken care of right now. That's a really serious thing. And I don't know how you can go in 1 week from everything being not so good to, a week later, it's great now. We've got, this is going on, we've got this timetable and this is going on, that kind of thing. I think we really need to talk about, what sorts of leadership issues have occurred over the last 9 months, that it's like, here we are, the 11th hour, trying to get all this stuff done. I have serious concerns, folks. And I do know that over the course of 9 months, there have been there has absolute civility in dealing with all of these things. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't be civil and so forth, but I think that some real serious discussions have got to take place. I think council needs to be talking about things, in terms of human resources, what sorts of things need to happen. I know we had some budget related, some additional dollars we're going to try and allocate. Some of those things might address some of these things. But I am concerned. I'm going to tell you, I don't think this is a really great report. A lot of positive things made, but we have got some serious issues. And if we're looking at transitioning, how are we going to handle it when the Robert Bob Group is not here holding our hands? They're going to leave in 60 days. And I'm really concerned about how we move forward and take this city to the next level without the Robert Bob Group having some sort of hands-on help, helping us here. So anyway, those are my comments. I have nothing more to say.
Counselor Denton?
Yeah, I guess I'm not quite as pessimistic as my fellow counselor. I have a great deal of trust in the name of Robert Bob Group. They have assured us they're going to work with us, and we're going to get this licked. I believe them. I believe Heather Ness. I believe Jack Reagan, I believe Mr. Bob. I think they're going to work with us. Sure, there are problems, and they're being transparent. That's what you all want. You want it to be transparent. Yes, we're going to have issues. We didn't get this way overnight. I came on council in 2017. We were already behind with the 2015 audit. You figure it out. Almost 10 years ago. This isn't going to be fixed quickly. It is going to take work, and it's going to take dedication of the employees of the city. And I have a great deal of confidence in the employees of our city. We've got a good group of directors. We've got a good city manager. We've got, I think, yeah, we do, there are certain areas we do need, we need a city attorney full-time. I love Beverly, but I'm sure she's going to get tired of us before too long. I hope not yet. But there are things we need for our city. But I think if we all work together, we can do it. But it's going to take work. It's not going to just happen. It didn't just happen. So I just know that we're going to have the transparency. You're going to find out the good and the bad and the ugly. But in the long run, we're going to be going down the road to success. And I believe we will get there. I'm willing to do my part, and I think there are a lot there with me. So if you want to move on to bigger and better things, let me know. We'll do it. Thank you.
Councilor Pelham, before I see Councilor Joyner's late, before I call on her for a second round, Councilor Pelham, do you have any comments? Okay.
No.
Okay.
No.
I do have some questions before I pass it for a second round. Dr.
Stop
Baker, I
muting.
think, you said what?
Stop muting me.
Because you have background noise, we have to mute you. So just for clarification, I think it's within a city manager's job to obviously make a decision about delegation of tasks and duties as he or she sees fit. So the assistant city manager just joined us. I think that's a huge undertaking to work on a whole transition plan for this project in a short amount of time, like less than a month. I don't think that's realistic at all. And I think it probably sets him up for failure if he were to work on that exclusively. So it makes sense why Dr. Baker jumped in to actually make sure the product was done. So Dr. Baker, do you have a plan to transition the transition plan to the assistant city manager?
We do. The plan is in draft form. Mr. Bob provided some comments in which I'm working on, but as I work on those edits, I am also walking him through who the people are, why that's the process, why that was decided. I think there was a lot of information that the deputy needed in order to be successful in completing this project, and that he just did not have that information with onboarding within the 3 weeks. He was really super focused on the training plan that the Robert Bob Group provided, and there was a misunderstanding that there needed to be an actual plan, a physical document produce for the transition plan. And that is when I actually stepped in to produce the transition plan. So now we know what's expected. We are handing off as we learn the environment, as we learn the processes, as we learn the players, as we learn the product. And I feel confident that in the future, he'll be able to monitor the plan once it's implemented and approved.
Yeah. I mean, there's one thing to be an executive level leadership, and I know you served as in other senior positions in other communities, but I think it's another to take a project that's been 10 years in the making and take it within the first 2 weeks to be on the job. I think that's a big ask right there. So, budget controls, you addressed that, Dr. Manker. My only question, this could be, it could be a Heather question, Ms. Ness question, but I'll defer to you for right now. I feel strongly about the security part to be able to roll back, and I understand what you explained to be the reason, but I also concur with what was shared about their being there for a reason. Prior to whoever does the rollback, I would assume it's the IT director, because in the past that person had, the IT director or the finance director had that permission. With the new SOPs in place, who is the ultimate authority to roll back these types of things? It cannot be staff at that level. Is it going to be assistant manager or team manager?
I don't think it should be.
There's no rollback. Heather, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think there's a rollback, a person that's dedicated to be able to roll back an issue.
I mean, who has the the ability to approve a rollback? So it clearly occurred now, right? Because it's something that happened. I understand why you said it occurred, but if the ability is happening now, it can happen in the future. And given the fact that it's been done in the past, what I'm saying is in the future, if this is an issue that people want to do again, and I know the finance director will have access, I know the IT director will have access, what is the SOP before they're allowed to act on their access?
So there should be multiple levels of approval for anything of that sort, right? So one person should not be able to make a decision and roll it back. There should be a risk analysis done. There should be a discussion with the department that it affects, and then there should be multiple approvals.
Okay, so that SOP is in place, but in this instance, it wasn't adhered to because of the whole workflow thing.
Well, to be clear, we are working on financial statement and financial SOPs. So things that, directly impact the flow of financial data. We haven't tackled
like the admin
general IT controls, which is what this is.
Okay, so Dr. Manker, I think you need one of the projects this and city manager works on is working on an SOP for that, because we can't allow that to happen ever again. So that part, when it was mentioned regarding the bank system, the BBA, thank you. Saying the team will have training. Who is the team when you say team? Because who is the team? Which office?
Adriana, who are we doing the ZBA training with?
Treasury and accounting, along with the ERP administrator.
Okay, and so that's the team that needs to be present for that to concur. So we can't,
Yes.
again, control the treasurer's office. So is there understanding that the treasurer's office will be available for this training?
Yes.
Okay. I do thank you for sharing all these updates. I don't think it's the best presentation at all in terms of what was relayed. Not to you, but I'm saying the information that you share, it's not the best report. But to Councilor Denton's points, we asked for this transparency, so we have it, so people understand what the real issues are going on, what has to be addressed. I do think, Dr. Manker, you should provide us with responses in regards to some of these very specific remarks in terms of where it's bold and red, it says failure to do or failure for this, and how that impacts what they're saying the implementation would be. I think you do need to have your staff or either you address it to us in a memo so we can have a response in regards to the issue or the resolution from your perspective, because I hear what they're saying, and I think that these are critical items, and we need to have a clarity as to what's going on, and then also the plan to address it. So I'm not sure what the time frame regarding that would be, because some of these things is like a week up to 9/2, the week of, that's like tomorrow. So I think there needs to be some, as expeditiously work on that to be able to have a response to us. My other thing I would say is, one of the concerns that I've raised in the back is, and I don't want it to be like I'm speaking on both sides, but my concern earlier was about particular staff members, not titles, but I am totally a fan of calling people out. And I've always asked for that to be done in terms of departments and who is holding up stuff. So I do think for clarity, in our next presentation, we need to say which offices are the ones responsible for these items, or departments. Because again, if I'm an outside person looking at this, and Ms. Ness, you did clarify at the beginning of your presentation that it's constitutional offices and other departments outside the city. But again, without you understanding who does what, it looks like it's all city. And I think that we need to have very clear clarity in regards to who is holding up what. So if it's a treasurer's office, I know the treasurer's here and she can speak to any question council has on the dais. If it's a treasurer's office, I want to know it's a treasurer's office holding up the SOP. If it's the schools, because they don't have anyone associated with accounting, as we've learned, I want the schools to be annotated. If it's the city, because it's the department, I want to see the city in the department name, because we need to know who's doing what and who is not doing something. And I know in the past, in one of our recent meetings, there was some hesitancy to do that. It was kind of making like some general statements. Well, you know, it's this person that, and I kept pushing back saying, no, say who it is. We need to know that. So with the SOP finalization, it may land in a department, but if the treasurer's office needs to look over it and have some part of approving something and the department is stuck on what they can do because they're holding up for somebody else, that needs to be clear. If it's the same thing with the schools holding up somebody else, no, I'm just calling people out, you know. That needs to be clear. Commissioner of Revenue's office, whoever that party is, we need to have that clarity, because it's not fair for those who are doing the work and are held and frozen because they can't do anymore. And it's also not clear for us, for you guys to not know exactly, not you know, but to make sure we know who to hold accountable. So I'm fine with putting that out there, but I was a little hesitant with the staff people. But that needs to be clear, and I think in the next report, if you can provide that, that would be very helpful. But Dr. Manker, I do think you need to provide us a response to these things. Thank you again for the clarity. I do appreciate it. And I have to run to the ladies' room. So, no. I'm going to recognize you. I'm about to pass the gavel. I'm just trying to say, hold on a second. So, I know you are next, and I will ask Councilor Harris to get a call
Could I
on.
have a moment just to respond?
Counselor Joyner next, and look at the lights to see whoever has something else to say, and then I'll be right back. But she's next.
All right. I wanted to clarify. You know, I have ultimate confidence in the Robert Bob Group. My comments in no way reflect a lack of confidence in the Robert Bob Group. I lack confidence in some of our city administration's ability to independently move forward without the Robert Bob's help. Now, I can tell you that I would love to retain Robert Bob services for longer than the end of November. That's just me. But I have every confidence that you know, anything that they have told us, and if we retain their services, they're going to get us through this. But technically, their scope of services ends here pretty soon. They're going to be, you know, kind of signing off a bit. And even this economic summit that Mr. Bob is organizing he is doing that gratis. I mean, he is not being paid for that. So, I think people need to understand that. So I have ultimate confidence in Heather Ness and Mr. Bob. I'm just concerned in our ability to get these things done and to move independently and continue on the right course of action. So I did want to clarify that. Thank you.
Man, she's on her way back.
She just finished wrapping up?
Yeah.
Did anyone else have any comments? Questions?
While we're waiting, I just wanted to call your attention that those departments are very clearly outlined in our status report, the ones we're waiting on.
Yep.
So you can see all those details in the status report if you want to take a look at it, and then let me know if you have any questions.
No, I'm talking for the presentation. My comment was really for the public. That's what I'm trying to get clarity on. If they're seeing this for the first time, they don't understand that. And they might think all of this is city under Dr. Menker, when portions of it is not. So that's what I'm trying to say for full picture perspective for the public in the next presentation to have those annotations.
Understood, I'll include that chart.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Menker, any comments? Anything, any clarity? Anybody else? All right. Thank you again, team, for your hard work on this. We're going to move on to the next item that we have scheduled. Public hearing number 1, cigarette tax ordinance. Dr. Menker.
Cigarette tax ordinance was presented to council at the last the second meeting in July in a public hearing. It's open for the public hearing. This is a public hearing, so you need to open it.
Your presentation.
Okay. So this is a public hearing for the second reading of the tax. So the tax ordinance simply will take effect January 1st, 2025, at 40 cents cigarette tax. It will take about 6 months of implementation. I will say Commissioner of Revenue is already underway, but we do need council to, as a second reading, to approve the cigarette tax as it was approved in the May 23rd budget resolution.
Thank you very much. I'd like to call public hearing number 1, cigarette tax ordinance. Open it. Has anyone signed up to speak? Does anyone like to speak? Sir, you do? While you come down, I'll ask the clerk to please read the statement regarding public hearing comments.
Communication from citizens, period, limited until total time of 30 minutes. As part of the order of business at each regular council meeting, all persons addressing council shall approach the microphone, give name, and if they reside in Hopewell, their ward number, and limit comments to 3 minutes. No one is permitted to speak on any item scheduled for consideration on a regular agenda of the meeting. All remarks shall be addressed to the council as a body. Any questions must be asked through the presiding officer. Any person who makes personal, impertinent, abusive, or slanderous statements or incites disorderly conduct in council chambers may be barred by the mayor from further audience before council and removed, subject to appeal to a majority of council. See Rules 405 and 406.
Thank you, sir. Basically, state your name and the ward you live in or your address, and then you can have 3 minutes to speak, and please direct your comments to me in regards to anything particular.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Mark Burrows. I'm resident of Ward 3. First of all, I'd like to express my appreciation to the committee that's put together the Rivers and Roads, Roads and Rivers, whichever way it goes, thing. My issue with it is this. I'm a motorcyclist.
I'm sorry, you were on the public hearing for the cigarette tax ordinance.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you was on a public comment for the general
No,
meeting thing.
not at
Okay.
this time,
I
sir.
apologize. Then I'll go back and sit down and shut up.
It's okay. It is okay. I know we have to do it. So, cigarette tax ordinance, any comments? All right, I'm gonna close the public hearing. Anyone like to make a motion?
I make a motion to approve the ordinance.
Move that we,
Okay. Counselor Denton moved to, Counselor Denton moved to approve the. Counselor Denton moved to approve the ordinance as on second reading, and that'll be seconded by Counselor Harris. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham,
Yes.
Councilor Jonah,
yes.
Councilor Harris,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore.
Yes, and again, that was on second reading, second and final. All right, moving on to public hearing number 2, conditional use permit to the use of 3421 Oakland Boulevard, Director Ward. And I'm sure you get the gist, we're just gonna keep it high level that we need to know for right now.
Chris, you using the laptop?
Yes, sir. Okay, tonight's second public hearing is conditional use permit request to allow single-family dwelling use in the B4 zoning district as it relates to parcel 0891060, also identified as 3421 Oaklawn Boulevard. This presentation was given to you during a work session, I believe it was last month. So this is your first reading this evening, but I will be asking for action. Of course, with only 5 of you on the dais this evening, it would need to be a unanimous vote. If it's not, then I will have to come back to you for a second reading. The applicant's River City Ventures LLC. This particular property is located in Ward 7. It's zoned B4, Corridor Development District. The request is to allow this property to be used as a single-family dwelling. And of course, we followed state law according for advertisements and adjacent property owner notifications. Here's some maps that just show the general location of the property on the left, and then a more specific aerial view of the property on the right. When staff reviewed the application, we went through the 7-question CUP approval criteria process, as well as looked at the comprehensive plan and whether a comprehensive plan would support this type of use. In addition to that, the staff realized that property was originally constructed for and always has been used as a single-family dwelling. And the reason that the applicant is required to submit the CUP for this property is because it was vacant for more than 2 years, which made it a non-conforming property, and in order to get it back and make it conforming, the CUP process is required. Reviewing this application, staff identified that a proper driveway does not exist. It did not exist at this location at the time of application, and some aerial photographs were showing vehicles parked in the grass. Just again, some images of the property. I would say the image on the left, actually the property has been fully rehabilitated and actually looks much better than it does in that picture, and it doesn't even look that bad in that picture, but it looks really good these days. So these are the 7 questions we go through. You are quite familiar with those. I will not read through each one of those. Staff recommends approval of the conditional use permit with the following conditions, and that is that the applicant will complete an administrative re-subdivision to combine lots 25, 26, and 27 into this one lot, equating the parcel. And the second condition would be that the applicant improve the existing overgrown gravel driveway that's located in the rear yard with a new top dressing of gravel. I will add to this that the applicant has already improved the driveway and is in the process, I don't think it's finalized, but has already submitted all the paperwork that's required for the administrative re-subdivision. We have not received any written or spoken comment about this conditional use permit, and the Planning Commission held public hearing on this property on July 11th. Planning Commission voted 3-2 to recommend approval with the same recommendations from staff. I'm available for any questions if you have any, and the applicant is also here this evening if you have questions for him.
Thank you, Director Ward. Does anyone, oh, never mind, I forgot public hearing. Any general questions before I open a public hearing? Okay. Public hearing is now open for a P2 conditional use permit for 3421 Oaklawn Boulevard. Did anyone sign up to speak on this matter? Anyone want to speak on this matter? Seeing none, public hearing is closed. Counselor Denton?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we approve this recommendation by the Department of Planning for the CUP request with the conditions stipulated.
Second that.
Motion's been made by Counselor Denton, seconded by Counselor Joyner. Any discussion? Seeing no lights, roll call please.
Vice Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, sir. Moving on to public hearing number 3, conditional use permit to construct a single-family dwelling for a non-conforming lot. Director Ward.
Thank you again. So tonight's third public hearing is a conditional use permit request. This one's slightly different. This is to construct a single-family dwelling on a non-conforming lot in the R1A zoning district as it relates to parcel 1230055, also identified as 3104 St. Charles. Again, this one was presented to you in a work session last month. The applicant is MMS Rental Group LLC. This particular property is located in Ward 5, zoned R1A residential low density. Again, the request is to construct a single-family residence on this property, and all ads and adjacent property owner notifications were carried out. Here's the map here on the left with the general location, and then a map on the right showing an aerial view of this property. You'll notice in the aerial it actually shows a structure there, so there used to be a house on this property. But the city actually, it went through this the Spotlight program and was demolished. In the R1A, a minimum lot size is 75 feet wide and 10,000 square feet for single-family dwelling use. This particular parcel is just shy of the required width at 60 feet wide and approximately 8,700 square feet total. So the nonconformity actually occurs with the width and the total lot size. That's what's requiring the conditional use permit request. So the applicant has submitted the house shown here that will be constructed on this property if approved. You'll see in the front elevation on the left, floor plan on the right. It's a one-story, single-family, 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 1,318 square feet. Again, some images of the elevations, front, sides, and rear. This is a staff analysis. Again, it agrees with the CUP approval process, agrees with the comprehensive plan. And in fact, staff believes that the architectural style of the proposed dwelling will actually enhance the neighborhood of primarily vernacular design. The average size in the surrounding area is 1,353 square feet. This proposed dwelling is right at 1,318, which is just slightly smaller than the average for the neighborhood, yet it's quite a bit larger than the house that it's replacing. Staff recommends approval of the conditional use permit with the following conditions, and that the new structure will have 12-inch minimum eaves along all roof edges. The lot will have a minimum coverage of 20% tree canopy. A driveway will be installed in accordance with the city's driveway policy, and staff was stipulating differences between front yard and rear yard installation of a driveway. At the planning, I'll jump ahead to the Planning Commission. Planning Commission, at their public hearing held on July 11th, actually voted 5-0 to recommend approval of the CUP with the same conditions that staff put forward, except they modified the third one with the driveway and just straight up require the driveway of asphalt or concrete regardless of where the applicant decided to install it. We have not received any written or any other form of comment from the public at this time. The applicant is here this evening. If you have any questions, I'm available for any questions if you have any as well.
Thank you, Director Ward. Any questions of members of council? Councilor Denton?
Just curious question. The contractor I'm not really familiar with, so I would just be interested in knowing whether this home will be for rent or will it be for new construction for a new homeowner?
It's going to be for sale.
It's going to be for sale. Good, thank you. I like the plan, and
Okay. Public hearing number 3, conditional use permit. It's now open. Anyone signed up to speak? Anyone wish to speak? Seeing none, we'll call it closed. Anyone want to make a motion?
Miss Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I didn't hear the response.
Yes, his response was that the building will be for sale. It's not for rental.
But a rental company is building it.
Exactly. MMS rental.
I mean, it's nothing you can do if somebody wanted to build it or rent it, right? We can't dictate that, can we?
No, ma'am, that's not
America.
advisable under fair housing law.
Right. And that's what I figured. Okay. But anyway, so it meets the standard of the community, or correct? Seems like. Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the
second.
application.
Motion's been made by Counselor Joyner to approve the CUP application, seconded by Counselor Denton. Any other discussion?
He wants to say something.
Can you specify the conditions?
With the conditions as written, or you want us to say the conditions?
CUP request, you mean?
Well, planning commission's recommended conditions were slightly different
Different
than
from staff's,
staff's.
okay.
So which set of,
Which ones do you want to
Okay,
approve?
I'm not looking at the,
Because the number 3 was about the driveway. Planning commission said no matter where the driveway is what they want. Staff said if it's in the front, a certain way, and if
I
it's
think
in
it
the
needs to be
back.
staff. You can't,
Listen.
it can be either way. It's just, I just need
I
it
want according to
specified so I.
staff with the driveway,
Okay.
you know, yeah, that's what I want.
Counselor Denton, are you fine with that amendment to be clear that the recommendations approved in this motion will be those submitted by staff?
Okay, yeah.
Okay. So is to approve the COP with the terms and conditions staff recommended. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call please.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Counselor Joy, if you might hold on for 1 second, I recognize that we have a gentleman here that wants to speak for communication with citizens. We did not add that in our agenda. Before we get to the end, can we amend our agenda to let him speak for communication with citizens since he stayed long?
Sure.
So you want to make that motion? You made the
So
motion?
moved.
All right.
So
Is
moved.
there there's a second by Counselor Harris. Roll call, please.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore.
Yes, and Counselor Harris also brought that to my attention. So, sir, come on up so we can make sure that you can say your comments really quickly. He can speak to you. We open it up so you can come first. And you have 3 minutes to share what you were saying. We got your name and where your address is, so you can just finish your statement. I'm sorry about that.
I'm sorry, I'm the one that decided to jump the gun. So what I was saying was that I appreciate all the effort that they put into planning this Rivers and Roads Festival. It sounds like it's going to be a great opportunity. I myself am one of the motorcycle riders that will be doing the 5 and Dime ride with that. I'm also one of the members of one of the organizations that financially supported and backed this festival. That being said, I don't know how many of y'all remember a little over a year ago, I got up here and talked about the roads in Hopewell are not safe for motorcycle riders. As an avid motorcycle rider, I try to avoid Hopewell roads, and I live in Hopewell, which makes it a very challenging event to get home on my motorcycle. I've been kicking this can down the road for a year. I've talked to many of y'all outside after and prior to meetings about this very same issue. When is something going to be done? I can't help but notice that the parking lot out here has been resealed and painted, looks all nice and pretty. I don't know when that took place, but it looks great. Meanwhile, our roads out there still have potholes around manhole covers that if you go over those on a bike, you're liable to dump your bike and find yourself sliding down the road on your face. I don't know if that's within y'all's scope or if that's a VDOT issue. But if it's a VDOT issue, if y'all could stomp on their throats and get them to come out and fix it, otherwise I'm stomping on y'all's throats to get y'all to fix it. The other issue that I'd like to talk on tonight real quick is that I appreciate that y'all are holding the RFC and the Robert Bob Group accountable to timelines and obligations. But let's not forget that this mess was created by city employees of Hopewell City. You expressed a need for urgency, but where was that urgency when those annual audits and reports weren't being done for the past 8 years? We need these audits to be 100% perfect. This is how the beginning balances are created for future years. If we don't seek perfection, why bother seeking anything? And you owe us citizens nothing shy of perfection. Everyone up here is complicit in this current issue and what is being done to ensure that we don't have these issues in the future. I mentioned last year that all of this effort and funding would be wasted if the city didn't grow and learn from all of this. So why are we now learning from Heather that failures of city personnel and dishonesty and deceit is still being accepted by this administration and council? Why is RBG having to force our city staff to develop a better city? And why aren't these department heads holding these employees accountable, or city manager and city council holding the department heads accountable? We as the citizenry cannot afford for another financially illiterate city government. I understand that you can't discuss personnel issues, but you could keep us apprised of actions taken, such as 2 people were terminated due to blah, 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 without discussing names or positions.
And sir, you have a couple more moments to wrap up because you're over time already.
Okay, we discuss this seemingly every meeting, but it seems like we still have incompetence woven throughout this city's planning. Thank you.
And just state your name and your ward or your address.
Sure. My name is Rick Ralston. My business is in Ward 1. If you don't know me, I own the Time Capsule, the comic book store on East Broadway. I've been a Hopewell business for 14 years so far. And what I'm going to say is my personal opinions and comments, but having talked to a couple of the other businesses in downtown Hopewell, they have similar thoughts on the matter. This includes Ban, who owns Celebrities, Phil, who owns City Point Ice Cream and Burgers, and Kayla and Liz, who own Downtown Pups, the grooming thing. We all got together and came here about a year ago and talked about this situation, and it got better for a while, but now it is, I would say, the situation with the unhoused individuals in downtown has become borderline untenable. I have never before considered looking at somewhere else. I'm very happy in Hopewell, but it's at the point now where, there was one primary offender who was belligerent, obnoxious, was very intimidating to customers walking to businesses. I've been made to understand that he was picked up on a warrant and is currently not on the street, which is great, but that's just the tip of the iceberg. I would say any of you guys want to drive down East Broadway in the evening, you will find 4 or 5 people sleeping in front of various businesses, and sure, we're mostly closed during that time, but I personally have late nights where we run events, and that's not something the customers really like to see. Now, I don't want to sound cruel-hearted here. I have nothing but empathy for someone who's found themselves at the unfortunate point where they don't have a place to live, but I would like to think that there's something that the city can do to possibly help these people. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Does anyone else would like to speak during communications from citizens? All right, and just for those who are watching and don't understand our protocol, typically during this time we can't really address the comments that are made. It's for us to receive them and for the respective council member or staff to make sure they circle back and also do something to address it. So, sir, I will definitely make sure your respective council member probably put on the agenda to ask for the paving schedule and some other items that you raised, so we can have a presentation regarding that. And then also, our Director of Public Works is here. She can also talk to you at the end of the meeting as well. So there's no other comments for this, so we'll move forward to the other 3 items we have on the agenda. We'll wrap up for tonight. Moving on to regular business, R2, allocation of funds for Winston Churchill Road repairs. Director Campbell.
Good evening, Vice Mayor Gore, council members. As everyone is aware, in May of '24, Winston Churchill Drive experienced a critical failure of roadway and storm drain infrastructure. We've had the road closed ever since. Hopefully, we're going to have the project wrapped up here in the next 2 weeks. All our bills are becoming due. Contract was pursued under VDOT force account method, and we still managed to apparently hit our estimate almost right on the head. What I'm asking for is for council to allocate funds per finance committee recommendation, enabling payment for services rendered in the amount of $1.2 million. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Councilor Denton.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve your request based on our finance committee meeting. We discussed this, and so I'd like to make a motion that we approve this $1.2 million.
I second it.
All right, motion's been made by Councilor Denton, followed by Councilor Harris. Councilor Denton, do you mind if you be a little bit more specific with your motion for the record? So you want to approve the request with the use of year-end funding?
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
that's fine.
Is that fine for you, Councilor Harris?
Is that what you need?
Yeah, that's what
With
we
the
needed.
year-end.
All right, motion is made to approve the request for Winston Churchill Road repairs using FY '24 year-end savings. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham,
Yes.
Councilor Jonah,
Yes.
Councilor Harris,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore.
Yes,
Motion passed 5-0.
thank you very much. Moving on to R3, school division rollover and purchase order from FY '24 to FY '25. I believe we have Dr. Manker presented, but we do have a representative from the school and finance director present.
Yes, ma'am. Member of City Council, we have the finance director from the schools who is here to present, just really to ask for a request. They have begun a project that has kind of really overlapped 2 budget cycles, and they're requesting to permission to have those funds rolled over so they can complete the project and pay those invoices. But I'll yield the floor to Janelle, who is the finance director for Hopewell Public School.
Thank you, Dr. Manker. Yes, we had an approved purchase order that the school division issued to reseal and restripe all of the division parking lots. This project began in May and was scheduled to be completed by June 30th. However, the contractor was not able to finish this project in the previous fiscal year. So we are requesting that we could roll our purchase order from '24 to '25, which would include a reappropriation of $155,905 from our fiscal year '24 budget to our fiscal year '25 budget.
I move that we approve.
Second.
All right, motion's been made by Councilor Joyner, second by Councilor Pelham, and Councilor Joyner, is it fair to say?
Approve an additional appropriation in the amount of $155,905 to the school division, reappropriating the funds from fiscal year '24 to fiscal year '25.
Thank you, ma'am.
Question.
Yes.
I think I understand it, but it says approve an additional appropriation in the amount of. Is this more money than what you had asked for
No.
in the original one?
It just worded
No.
weird. It
What-
just is for reappropriating their funds from last year to this year. It's
reappropriating.
not an
Okay,
additional.
Just, that's what I thought, but
Yeah.
when I see additional, I'm not real
It's just
sure.
worded.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
All right, any other questions?
we didn't vote on that.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, the motion did not include the word additional, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
It is just to
To
reappropriate
reappropriate,
Yes.
funds from
Okay,
FY '24, '25, yeah. Any other
Thank you.
questions? Yep, no problem. Any other questions? All right, seeing none, roll call, please.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham,
Yes.
Councilor Jonah,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Have a great night.
Thank you.
Moving on to R7 CSA budget adjustment for other purchase services. Our Director of Finance is here, Ms. Jordan.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, members of council. This is a request to adjust the budget for fiscal year '24 from $4.3 million to $4.75 million. The additional funding of $108,000 will come from the overage from fiscal year '24 general fund.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I'm pretty sure you're gonna have some questions. So,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham?
Did you say the numbers again? I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. Yes, ma'am. The original budget was $4.3 million, and this is a request to increase it to $4.75 to close out the fiscal year '24 funds. Accounts payable, and it's additional cost to the city of about $108,000. That will be coming from the preliminary fiscal year '24 general fund balance excess.
What about, don't we get reimbursed 74%?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. 76%.
So after they give us that money back, that still means that we have to pay an additional 108?
Yes, our portion would only be $108,000. Yes, ma'am.
So do they give back 74% of the
450. It would be at 76% of 450,000.
Okay. And so what's left over is still the 108,000.
Yes, ma'am. That would be the city's portion.
And that's based on the students that we support through special needs, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Child Services Act.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions? I see no lights, but I do have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So you're doing this because apparently what has come out of this process with Robert Bob and others is that this department has gone over every year and it has never come back to council for us to address the budget, to make sure, one, that we reappropriate the funds, but then also to make sure it's being budgeted correctly.
Yes.
So this intent is to correct the budget now that you have a true estimate of the money that's spent to make sure it's funded correctly. But where is this dollars coming from?
The additional $108,000 will be coming from the preliminary fiscal year '24 numbers that were presented.
Like the overages that you?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
okay. Okay.
And then for next year, when we develop the budget for CSL, we'll make sure we're trying to project it out as far as.
That revenue that you were
Yes,
talking
ma'am.
earlier. Okay. And my other thing is, Dr. Maker, does the staff member for CSA, either you or Dr. Maker, I'm gonna say Dr. Maker, has she been talked to about this to understand the proper protocol for if this happens again, to get that approved by council, but then also to manage her budget, to know the trains better? Has someone sat down and talked to her?
We had that conversation earlier this afternoon. Yes, ma'am.
Well, and may I say something to that? Being a member of the CSA, CPMT, or whatever it is, you can project all you would like, and based on the kids' needs, you can always have an overage. Because you don't know if a kid is going to stay at a place for a year, 2 years, or and what those needs will escalate to. So it's always going to be a number. You always probably will be over. There's nothing she could do personally, to manage that number.
We can definitely talk offline about it for the sake of ending the meeting, but my point is, for years, it's been over. This is not a one-off thing.
Point is, like I said, it's based on the number of kids that are on individually IEPs and the needs of those special needs kids. And when you go into facilities, placing them into institutes, what we used to call group homes and different specialized institutions, the cost is just unimaginable. You just, you should see the cost.
Yeah.
And you cannot. It's not that any individual, is just the way the medical healthcare system really rapes people in these costs. Thank you.
Thank you. Did we do the roll call for this?
No. No one's even
Made
made
a
a
motion.
motion.
Do you have a motion on the floor?
I make a motion that we approve the money as deemed necessary that the finance director presented to us.
No, ma'am, I need you to do a different motion than that one right there. That's gonna get us all in an orange jumpsuit. Is there a motion
You can read
to approve an additional,
100 or whatever it
There's
is.
there's the motion right there.
To approve
You
an
can say
increase
that.
in budget appropriations for fiscal year 24 for the
Okay.
CSA Fund 015 from $4,300,000 to $4,750,000.
that's your motion, Counselor
second it.
Pelham? Okay, seconded by
Yes.
Counselor Joyner. Fair. Any other discussion? All right, roll call, please.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham,
Yes.
Councilor John,
Yes.
Councilor Harris,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore.
Yes, thank
Motion
you.
passes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Have a great night. Meeting automatically adjourns.